And yeah, I'll do a quick summary for the start of the YouTube video once that's live. And what's up, Ivan? How you doing? All right, so YouTube. We are live on YouTube now. The thing we're going to be doing today is implementing OAuth for Blue Sky. We got it working for Microsoft, Google, and GitHub. The Blue Sky one's a little different because it is decentralized. So there is no place where I go register the application in like a dashboard. I have to do something via like DNS or through the domain that we're running for the app. I'm not 100% sure. We're going to have to read those docs and find out. So let's get to it. Yeah, I haven't worn the green beanie in a while. All right, so yeah, we want to demonstrate it. Oh, I actually have to launch the server. I did some commits and pushes. All right, so this is for the front end. This is npm run dev. This is for the back end. We do dev.sh. All right, let's just make sure things still work. Maybe. Hey, all right, there it is. So then, yeah, we go Google, authenticated. Nice. We don't have any orgs yet, but that's fine. Let's just double check nothing broke in the meantime. Microsoft. Perfect. Cool. And they're all the same account, which is nice. So we're just linking people up by their email as their canonical identifier. So yeah, let me clear some of these tabs that we may not need. All right, so this is part of it. Let's go find their official docs. Blue Sky, OAuth. Yeah, we want to do it the hard way. Looks like there's a specification too. We are a web service. We would not do a client secret. We probably do end up needing to do the PKCE stuff. Okay. So the client ID identifies us, and it is just the fully qualified HTTPS URL at which the JSON document can be accessed. What's up, Swag Dev? How you doing? So all we care about is auth code. The scopes we may need, and ATProto scope is required. Okay. All right, so the list of our redirect URIs. I'm not sure. Okay, so Depop access tokens is mandatory. I don't understand what Depop is, so we'll have to read up on that. All right, so private key JWT, and the algorithm needs to be ES256. And then this would be like the public keys in JWK format. Okay. And then this stuff becomes optional. So we'll wait on these things. But we should end up getting these eventually. And yeah, privacy policy and TOS do seem fully required. So we do need to get those going at some point. What I'd love to see is another example one of these. What prevents someone from impersonating a user, right? Like you could just set up a PDS and say that your email is blank. No, it's not open source. Sorry. I can show you stuff. Like, what do you want to see? Yeah, Swag Dev. Yeah, over on YouTube, the video from Tuesday should have most of what you need. But if you have some questions, we can show it. Like, I don't mind that at all. Oh, so the request token thing might actually still be required. Interesting. What the hell is Depop? Demonstrating proof of possession. Ooh, that was the end of that album. That was a quick one. Okay. And what's up, Castadev? How you doing? Okay, so we're at confidential client authentication. So we would include the public key in our client metadata. All right, let's look at the authorization flow. All right, so we would probably want to do the server URL or host name. We may do a pivot. I just don't think Blue Sky works with what we're trying to do. If we did Blue Sky OAuth, we'd have to have another step for the user to verify their email anyway. And then their decentralized ID would have to be forever associated with their account. Which is still doable, but it's like a lot of extra steps. Because, yeah, I don't see what would prevent a user from creating a PDS, saying their email is blank with that PDS, and then getting access to someone else's account by logging in through a properly authenticated provider. So there's a lot of just like extra stuff we got to do. I would say the Blue Sky OAuth might be post MVP as well. I know it's a quick pivot, but I hadn't thought about this before. Like, if we're treating the email address as the source of truth, we can't just blindly trust any PDS, which is a personal data server. We could theoretically only allow it through Blue Sky. So we don't allow generic PDSs. Does Blue Sky verify your email? Nope, wrong thing. Let me do this part real quick.
This is medieval time!
Birth date? Okay. Well, that's a fun captcha. What are your interests? Tech. So hold on. If we sign out, right? It's not our email address. Can we create another? You know what? We still have to force email validation. Yeah, you know what? Because there's still the possibility of. Well, hold on, hold on. Let me look at something. Like all the other platforms require you to validate, right? So Google, Microsoft, and GitHub both require that you validate your email. Blue Sky doesn't. I think that's another reason why it's a no-go. Even Twitter does. Yeah, so sorry, 1 second. Had a quick work message to reply to. Yeah, I'm thinking we don't do the blue sky thing. Glad that wasn't showing anything. Nice. Let me copy something random. That way I don't accidentally paste that password I generated. Yeah, so I think our plan for today is actually going to pivot. But how's it going there, Unheard? What you up to? Thank you for the follow. Yeah. I say we just comment out the blue sky for now. Up all night finishing your first project? Nice. Yeah. I think for the MVP, these first 3 items is fine. So I will want to update our today command then. Because, yeah, with the OAuth stuff, we're relying upon these platforms to validate the email before they create a valid account. I think we'll want to double check that. But yeah, now we're going to pivot. All right, so Google, Microsoft, GitHub, done. No, we're good on that, Unheard. What do you mean a radius there, Mikris? Mikris, like, what's your deal today, man? Some days you're like super chill, and then other days you are extremely trolly. I really don't like it, man. Yeah, dude. Take another 10 minutes. If you're not cool when you come back, it's a ban, dude. I don't understand how you think you're ever gonna get VIP or mod privileges when you go off the rails. Like, dude. You're just too unhinged. So implementing Blue Sky Auth is trickier. They don't validate ownership of a user's email address. We could force that validation, but it's more effort than we should put into it for an MVP. It just really is. All right, so I would put Blue Sky OAuth actually as our last priority. We will need to do email stuff here eventually. Yeah, linear's not bad. Yeah, all right, so let me update our today command. Is the social login type important for how they can use the product? Nope, not at all. It's just for auth. All right, so we decided against doing Blue Sky auth since all right, so there's our today command updated. Just think it's a little more accurate. All right, so this goes to in progress. This is to do. Yep. The rest is backlog. We'll say this one's a to do as well. All right. so what I want to do then is... All right, so we'll push that work up. Oof. So I got to pass that to work. Sorry, give me just a sec. Right. Okay, so that worked. 1 second, sorry. Oh, no, that's not it. And hold on. What was that failure? Okay. So, we've got that. And what up, Fool Dev? How you doing? So now the work we want to start is GK work. Well, I guess, hold on. WS list. We are currently on Masijo. Yes, and we ran into a bug, so that still has to stay a local workspace. All right, so GK work start. We'll call it dashboard homepage content. All right, so then this one is npm run dev again. Oh, and we could actually switch back to pnpm. All right, the thing we did with pnpm wasn't the actual, like, full issue. So that part's fine. And hey, 7-day streak. Hell yeah, full dev. Should we go fix these warnings? We should, right? So yeah, lib Masijo notifications. All right, to-dos we're okay with. Magic link we still want to leave. To-do we still want to leave. Yeah, that all looks fine. Unused alias, get rid of. All right, let's test that. We've just got one, and that's over in the OAuth code. Log in with Blue Sky. All right. Verify it one more time. Perfect. I will say this is a chore. Clean up unused variables. All right. Actually, there was some cleanup we wanted to do on the front end, too. Oh, yeah. Whatever you say, buddy. Count created 10 minutes ago. You mean about when I timed out another troll? Weird. Weird. So strange. Hmm. Weird. What was your comment? Yeah, you did app.tsx console.log. It thought those were links. At the bare minimum, window.console.info is a valid link, right? .info is a valid TLD. So what are you saying there, Justice? You're removing console.logs from production? Why? Only log the things that you want in production. You're gonna have a hell of a time debugging stuff in production without logs. Yeah, I guess. Do whatever you want, man. Cool. I don't think that's a good justification, but whatever. Hold on, though. All right. Now, at least other people don't need to see the person that I'm almost fairly certain was that person who just tried to troll us a bit. All right. So let's go with email still, because we got stuff created. Ooh. That's interesting, though. Try this one more time. I think we may have a bug related to a user maybe trying to switch accounts. Yeah, see, that worked fine. Hmm. So before I get too deep, I want to fix this. Here in login. And what's up, Whittington? How you doing? Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. There's a couple places we want to do that, though. So it's here. But it's also going to be on the OAuth page. We could do it here. Realistically, if we just do the verify, we can clear it there too. So then here for OAuth, we would also do it there. So we'll do that. Instead of this, actually, what if we just completely clear? Yeah, we'll just do this. Remove item, remove item. No, we're not using RxJS. RxJS doesn't do atoms. As far as I know. Observables and atoms are fundamentally different things. My thought here is that we have a bunch of stuff in local storage, right? Orgs, org. User will want to remove too. I thought there was something else. Like, we're going to want previous URL. Yeah, we're not doing previous URL logic either. Just trying to think about the best place to do this. So I don't want to do like a local storage like clear all. I don't want to do it when a user clicks, like I don't want to clear things when a user clicks the login buttons, right? Only when we do the form on that one page. But realistically, we could just do it here on verify. So verify and OAuth are places where we could reset that stuff. Let me look at my state. We actually want these to be null. So if I do that, I think it does break some stuff elsewhere. No, it's not public on GitHub. So instead of remove item, let me double check how we're doing this on the layout. So no matter what, we do a fetch of the orgs for the user. We check if we have a current one. And we want to fall back to that. So yeah, basically if we don't have that org, we fall back to the fetched ones. So we don't have to update the selected org. So we want to keep that just in case. But orgs themselves, we want to do that way. So yeah, then we would do set user null, set orgs empty, and we'll call that good. So then we want to do basically the same thing over here in verify. And what am I using for state management? I'm using Yotai. It's by the same people that made Zustand. See if it remembers. Yep. Boom. And I'm good. How about you, Taco Bandit? And what's up, Pantley? So yeah, we're mixing a bunch of this stuff in. You're early today, Colton? Yeah, appreciate you. How you doing? How goes your side project that you were talking about the other day? And what's up, Mr. Pamper Carrot? Hold on. So I missed a thing there, Taco Bandit. You're live. You've been working on soap schemas for an integration you need. Thanks, government old websites. Dude, yeah, soap is brutal. I want to double check this. I think this is still soap as well, isn't it? Oh, no. This looks like JSON. It does look like they're JSON these days. Okay, nice. Yeah. I know it's like 10 years ago, so obviously I would expect them to keep updating things. But yeah, the shipping tables for UPS used to be XSLT files that you would get via SOAP. So yeah, the legacy UPS developer kit. Ugh. All right, not doing that. I think you're gonna get pretty smelly if you don't ever use soap again. But sorry. Maybe that's the joke you were making. Damn. That would be a solid library name for, like, if you want to implement a soap like client library, you could call it cilantro because some people think cilantro tastes like soap. I like that. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Damn. I almost want to make a library for soap just so I can call it cilantro. Oh, Robert Tables, are you one of the people that can't eat cilantro? Just because it tastes like soap for you? It's like one very specific gene. They've like tracked it down to that one gene. Damn, that sucks, man. Cilantro's delicious, dude. It's pretty resilient. I managed to kill some cilantro myself, though. Like indoor growing wise. But, dude, these green onions are going strong, and I haven't watered them in ages. Yeah, green onions are extremely resilient. I just want to swap, like, how I'm doing it. Yeah. I love cilantro. I haven't made tacos in ages, but I should. Yeah. I mean, well, technically, Robert Tables, green onion, cilantro seems like it can be found in the wild too. Right? Much to your chagrin. Yeah. It really does make street tacos better. All right, so we fixed that login issue. I think I like it. Let's double check that we actually did. Yep, okay, so that works. So then if we go back, actually, let's look at what we have in local storage now. Ooh. Where did that actually get set? That was it. All right, there we go. So then if we go back to log in and we do email, and yeah, Robert Tables, what you been up to? Looking forward to some fantasy football this year? Boom. Nailed it. You're getting a new roof? Was the roof on fire? Did you let that mother burn? There you go, exactly. Um, you think Messi is truly the greatest soccer player of all time? I'm not trying to start the debate about that. I got no skin in the game. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, top five's easy enough, right? The order in which, whatever. But yeah, top five, I think more people could agree on as long as you don't care about the order. In Milwaukee, which means the good land. What talk in Milwaukee? Is it a conference or a meetup? AWS Midwest Community Day. Nice. Ooh, that just reminded me. Oh, I really need to get something going. Let me double check this. Okay. Like 5 weeks. All right. Yeah, there's an AWS Community Day in Mexico as well. One of our ambassadors asked for some swag for it, so now I gotta make that happen because I forgot about it. Ooh, damn, Robert Tables. Yeah, that's solid though. Yeah, I need to go to the dentist really badly. One of my molars has been missing like an entire corner of itself for like 3 years now. It's not as bad as you think, right? Because it's more filling than tooth, and it has been since I was very young. Like it's a metal filling. That's how old that is. Like I still chew on that side and everything. I don't eat popcorn anymore because I don't want to shatter my other teeth, but pretty much all of my molars are more metal than enamel. Like all of them. I didn't brush nearly as much as I should have as a kid. Better about it these days, though. Genetics? Maybe. No, I mean, maybe. My mom has mostly metal teeth, too. My dad has dentures. Well, how old are they, though, Robert Tables? Because that stuff doesn't catch up to you till a certain age. 15? Okay. Yeah, more power to them. I wish them the best of luck. Maybe, like, nah, my teeth were terrible back then. But okay. So what we want to do is, for this homepage, what do we actually want to show? Right? User logs in. We can set up the queries to happen when the user logs in, but then eventually we'll want to put that on like a timer. It's the right way to do periodic things with Elixir. Is quantum really it? It's more like a blue, but my color correction makes it trickier, so whatever. How's it going, David? What you up to? Debating what you want to do? When camera goes funky? What do you mean when camera goes funky? Is the camera going funky? Yeah, what do you mean by camera goes funky? I'm curious about that. Oh, because the lighting. Got it, got it. The song is funky. Exactly, Haxer. Yep. Yeah, so quantum might be the thing we want to do. I guess a big part of... All right, no matter what, we just want to do the fetch immediately when the user does it. Maybe it takes longer. abstracting it out to some cached value and a cron job, that's the next step. So let's actually start tracking this that way. We're going to create some sub-issues. So a backend endpoint for stats. Front-end rendering of stats. Backend caching and cron job is the last step. This will be useful for aggregation purposes, such as email and SMS notifications. All right, so the backend endpoint for stats, that's our first step. I do need to go use the restroom real quick. We just slam a bit of water, pour this, and I'll grab some fresh water too. And yeah, we'll have to think about how we do this querying. What data do we want? And we'll start brainstorming that part and then maybe start sketching out some layouts using our amazing layout tool. But let's just switch back to this and I'll be right back. And I'm back. Sorry about the delay. Oy. Are you going to see any Replit projects from me? No, I'm not a big fan of the Replit CEO. You have seen, well, I mean, chat has seen me do some vibe coding. I find vibe coding really good for programs, but not great for applications. And you may wonder what that difference is. Dylan Beatty has a really good article about it. Basically, programs are things that we make that solve a problem for ourselves, that do it quickly. Applications are things that we make that need to be robust enough for other people to use. And I think once you get into a context that big, vibe coding really falls down. And I haven't seen anyone be truly successful as a vibe coder for something that is an application. Works great for programs and toy projects. But yeah. Right? So here we go. The single most important lesson I've learned in my career, the thing that I would argue is the hallmark of experience, is understanding just how much work it takes to turn a working program into a viable product. Okay, so it's program versus product, not program versus application, but basically the same idea. But it's why developer estimates are so notoriously optimistic and why experienced developers are so notoriously cynical. Let's say you crank out a bit of code that'll take responses from a web form and add them in an Excel spreadsheet. That's not that hard. Yay, we just built a Typeform competitor in one afternoon, except no, you didn't. You made one thing work one time on one computer. You haven't considered encoding, internationalization, concurrency, authentication, telemetry, billing, branding, mobile devices, deployment. You haven't hit any weird limits yet. Ever had a system work brilliantly for the first 65,535 requests and then fall over? You don't have a product. At best, you have a proof of concept of a good idea that if some very smart people work very hard, might become a viable product. So one of the genuinely positive things about tools like Copilot and ChatGPT is that they empower people with minimal development experience to create their own programs. Little programs that do useful things, and that's awesome. More power to the users. But that's not product development. It's programming. They aren't the same thing, not even close. Dylan Beatty perfectly summed it up. Damon, yeah, your YouTube feed has blown up on it? Yeah. The majority of YouTube content creators are charlatans. Not saying all, but the majority don't actually build. Just like the majority of developer advocates don't actually build products. They're really good at making demos. Things that ignore all of the rough edges of building an actual product. Yeah, proof of concepts. Absolutely. Proof of concepts, scripts, like, things that have a limited context window. There you go, Robert Tables. Yeah, a lot of YouTubers never actually add tags to things on their video or here on Twitch. But dude, if you're not doing that in some AWS org or some org that uses AWS, you're a bad DevOps person. From what I understand, adding tags in AWS is a way of grouping things together. When you're at a large enough organization, you're going to have hundreds of buckets, right? Using tags, you can get a dashboard that shows you only the buckets and EC2 instances and other things that you care about using that one specific tag. Yeah, I know way less about the FinOps and SecOps stuff, but I'm assuming that you can get billing to identify things based on tag as well, which is where like the FinOps comes in, right? Okay, yep. Yeah, and most of the stuff I do with AWS, I've never had to do that. I'm just vaguely aware of it. No, Damon, it is expected to use at large organizations. That's literally what Robert Tables is saying. You won't see streamers do it. You won't see YouTube creators do it. But on the job, if you're not doing it, you're messing up people's ability to understand their billing. You're messing up people's ability to audit security. But that's what we're talking about. Like, things you do on the job are not nearly as pretty and sexy and quick and smooth as YouTubers and developer advocates and anyone making content like this is trying to lead you to believe. They actually have an interest in glossing over the stuff that's not as much fun. So it's not even that Damon. Like, there are YouTubers that do that stuff, but they leave out things for the sake of content. It makes for a more compelling video, but it makes for less informative content. And every streamer or YouTube creator has to walk that fine line of what is compelling content so that people actually watch the video versus what do people actually need to do the job. And that's why I always push back saying like videos are the worst way to learn, because to make a video worth watching, you have to skip over stuff. To make a movie worth watching, you have to skip over stuff. You don't need to show your characters brushing their teeth. You don't need to show your characters go to the restroom. In doing so, you're actually making a worse film. But film is not reality, just like YouTube is not reality. Right? You only see someone do those things that are mundane when there's some other thing tied to the plot that's happening while it's happening. You don't just see them brushing their teeth for the sake of complete, like showing the complete picture. You only show them brushing their teeth when they're having a fight with their partner or some bullshit. And that's okay. It makes a better film by omitting some of that stuff. Exactly, right? There are reasons to do it, but you won't see every single bit, you know? You don't see him eat every single day. That would be a really boring show, you know? You don't see him take out his trash every week. You don't see him, like, it's just good filmmaking at that point. So yeah, YouTubers have to walk that same line. If you show every little bit, it becomes a pretty boring video. Which also means that you shouldn't be learning everything from videos. Even then, Big Brother doesn't show all that stuff. Nope. Big Brother isn't like, well, I don't know. Are some of the Big Brother shows like full 24/7 video feeds of every single person? I don't think they are. I think they're constantly switching between people, right? So you still don't see absolutely everything. I think they've tried that and realized that it's not worth the effort. But maybe there are some shows that are like the full 24/7 feed. Yeah, it would basically be like The Truman Show. Ah, okay, 25 years back. So what you're maybe remembering is when they realized it didn't work to show absolutely every little detail. Like the original versions of that were absolutely like live feed, show everything, but I don't know. Yeah. Most compelling TV or most TV stations have an interest in switching content every hour or so that they can hit a wider market. All right, so do I see myself using any agents to craft front ends for me, but I do the back end? No, like, so Damon, I'm a front end dev by trade. Like, that's what I've done for the past 10 years. I don't find that part difficult. Like, figuring out what we want to do, sure, but that's product. Like, I don't want. Like, I don't need some tool to show me, like, what could be here. I want to think about what the user actually wants there. Which is what we're doing right now for this dashboard. Could I prompt Vercel v0 with some of this shit? Sure, like, let's try it. Let's try it, why not? It might actually give us something cool. In my opinion, though, like, what it's going to spit out still isn't going to help us that much. I understand Damon, but, like, here I am waiting. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they're actually going to make it. We'll see if it actually builds something I like. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. Now, sentiment analysis, that would be good. Total mentions last month. Like, this at least helps us understand what we could put in here. I do like the idea of the layout, but again, this isn't the hard part. Top mentions we wouldn't do. I think sentiment is something we'd want to do way later. Engagement, we're not even tracking that. Right? This is all about just letting you get the event. So the only part I really care about is maybe this, right? The keyword frequency and the list. I do like this idea, right? I was thinking about doing them in separate, like separate graphs. Right? Showing this. Yeah. So, I mean, it's good for brainstorming, maybe. Am I hopping on the vibe coding bandwagon? No, someone was just asking about it, so we figured we'd give it a shot. But we're at the moment where we do need to consider something like that. And I'll probably do a single graph like this instead of individual graphs. I think there's value to that. But now we got to think about actually getting the data. So I don't know. It's interesting enough. But anyone who thinks they're going to vibe code an actual product just has no idea what they're talking about. Yeah, I mean, you know what we could have done? We could have looked at any other existing service too. Did we need to burn like a couple trees worth of energy in the process using an LLM? No, we could have just logged into some other service that is remotely similar. Now, I think AI, LLMs, whatever, have value. A bunch of this stuff, they were able to autocomplete for us. But the context, I don't trust the context more than 50 lines at a time. If it can speed up my work 50 lines at a time, then okay, yeah, let's do it. What's up, Radicookie? How you doing? But okay, so as we start thinking about back-end stuff, what I'm thinking, like, where do we want to put this? How do we want to structure it? We could create a separate stats controller. or we could nest it as an endpoint within some of the other controllers. But I think that's going to encourage us to like segment these things too much. Yeah, I like the idea of stats being separate. So we're going to create a stats controller. This is Elixir. I don't think I need all this stuff. What time is it? 4:22, huh? I think we could hop into a whiskey. Because, yeah, we're in brainstorming mode now. Ready for it? That was kind of a weak one. A little squeaky. It's just going to be Pendleton and water. We're back on Let's Lose Some Weight train. Nope. No Coca-Cola, no lemonade, just whiskey and water. That'll cut out easily like 100 calories per drink. So then it's just 100 calories per drink. Worth it. Probably end up having a good 1,200 calorie meal tonight. And that'll be all I need. Do I meal prep or cook fresh roughly every night? Like cook fresh roughly. I did, like on Tuesday, I diced up a bell pepper and some onions, and I saved like enough for making the cheesesteaks again. I'm trying to keep my calories like at 1,500 and under because I'm not very active. On days where I'm more active, maybe I would bump that up. I mean, so Damon, what I do is I don't go shopping more than like for food more than like once every couple weeks. Just depending. Like, bread goes bad, but if I'm buying like meat, I'll buy Costco portions of meat and then vacuum seal those. Roughly 1,000 under, that's a lot. No, Ratatouille, like look it up. Um, for someone my age, basically 41, at 5'5", 180 pounds, to maintain weight, I only need 1,700 calories a day if I'm living a sedentary lifestyle. Right? Like, the number you're looking at is either a growing boy or an athlete. I am neither one of those anymore. From what I've seen, 1,700 would be like a sustenance amount of calories. Right? To like sustain the weight I'm at. But I'm trying to lose some, so I gotta go under that. Yeah, what's up, Damon? Thank you for that Prime sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, cheers. If I was a much bigger person, the amount of calories I need would be higher. But I am a small individual. I'm basically hobbit-sized. And when I say that, I mean I'm like literally Elijah Wood type. Pretty sure. Hold on. How tall is he? Five six, which means he's probably 5'5". That's fine. We just type in calorie calculator. US units. Right? Like, there's plenty of these calculators. You can just go look this stuff up. I'm currently at 180. Do I exercise 4 to 5 times a week? No, it's probably like 1 to 3. To maintain my weight, I'd be at 2,200. For weight loss, 1,700. I think that's actually a little off. If we were to really put it, like, I'm probably more of like a sedentary. Right? So then to maintain. I was looking at another thing that said 1,700. If we look at my basal metabolic rate, there it is. That's probably what I was looking at. So at my age and height and weight, I burn 1,700 calories a day on average. Exercise would change that. $2,500 for average is a wildly inaccurate general average. Suggested is 500 to 700 off. Like, suggested for what? Like, Ratatookie, like, you don't know what's suggested for me until you plug in my numbers. Right? If you're saying for the amount of exercise, well, sure, yeah, but I'm not typically getting that much exercise. I should. But even like a walk 3 times a week for a half hour isn't really that much of like an elevated heart rate. So I don't know if they would even count that. No, like literally the based on just breathing air was the basal metabolic rate that we just saw. Like, that's what this right here is. That's the 1640. If you're saying average, nope. Literally, the basal metabolic rate is that. If you want to add little or no exercise, that's a separate thing. And even then, I'm doubting the 1978 year. But again, average is a bullshit metric, right? Because average depends on me specifically. Your 2,500 number you were citing, totally bullshit. Because it didn't take into account my size, my lifestyle, etc. All right, so what endpoints do we need for this? Let's just call it dashboard. And what's up, Robbie? How you doing? Maybe we still want to do this based on keywords. We'll just call it dashboard for now. I'm doing well. Let's just grab any one of these. I have something cooking in the oven? Not today. I think that's actually pretty rare unless you're coming in here later on like I guess like a Thursday or a Friday. I'll typically have pizza from the night before, like once a month. So yeah, you just don't show up enough, Robbie. That's on you. Oop, that is not what I wanted. All right, so that's basically what that will end up looking like. So then here on the stats controller, let's just grab one of these. Need to do this part too. What's up, Quidgy Hey, I like the way you changed up your name. Was it just the name, or did you just change the capitalization? Or not just the name. Was it the name and the capitalization, or just the capitalization? I can't remember now. I remember the Quidgy part. I don't remember what you had after. Okay. All right. So yeah, right, Damon, if you're still out there, yeah, I let it vibe code that out for me. I think it's technically incorrect because it has no idea what this is meant to be. And yeah, no, this part's actually wrong. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, like, I let it get some of the boilerplate done for me. Absolutely. Ooh, it does need roll read for that, though. All right, so then a keywords stat response might look something like that. Except that, nope, this is incorrect. All right, so we don't know what values we're going to put on it yet, but we can at least do this. Value foo. This is actually going to be different. We do want to bring that in. And then the way that we're rendering this, there we go. Okay, so we don't have keywords defined anywhere. So now we want to think about this. The sequel for this is going to be gross. Oh, the sequel for this is going to be really gross. And this is where I might consider, like, some of those focused LLMs being really valuable. Like, what was the one that Supabase came out with? Where you could, like, have it, like, brainstorm your ERD and, like, your database schema and all that stuff. But if you gave it a database schema, you could also ask it for, like SQL queries, too. This is where an LLM like that would be very valuable, right? So vibe coding, no, but using a focused LLM tool would make a lot of sense to me. What was the name of that? Database.build? I think that was it. Yep. Postgres.new. That's what it was, right? Well, let's just double check. Database.build. That does do a thing. Okay. All right, so Postgres.new is no longer a thing. I guess .new, was that ever a thing? I don't remember. So this is all about creating a database. Oh, I like how they have their system prompt here, too. Yeah, I don't know. Getting this set up would probably be more work. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, we just gotta start building this out. So... I almost want to create like a whole separate repository for this. So let's do that. So we've got stats.ex. We already have the database made. It is a SQL database. We're using Postgres. Wait, why was Super Maven trying to take us away from that page? That is interesting. I don't think I've seen Super Maven do that yet. Why does it think we want to go there? And that seems brand new. Like, I don't remember Super Maven ever trying to do that. Anyone else? Yeah, that's a little weird. Okay, so we've got keywords. What we want to do now is... We do want to do a group by. We almost want to do like a... No, I didn't. Are you guys trolling? Do I need to send another DMCA request? You guys are trolling heavy. No, I did not launch anything. Is it that one bullshit website still? Eh? No, I just think it's some other trolls. Yeah, I really wish you wouldn't name the site. Like, I'm aware of it. Deny. Deny. Yeah. Let's see. How old are some of these accounts? Oh, yeah. Heavy report time. So, yeah, mods, can we get you guys reporting these scammers? Yep. And I believe that is coordinating harassment. Yep, that one too. But you get that a lot? Interesting. Yeah, totally. Bunch of asshats, but, you know, as long as they lose their accounts, it's cool. They are misusing the platform. It's in Twitch's best interest to get rid of them. All right, let me double check. Did I get all of them? So Chucky, Twizzles, Zeox. WTF Aura. Yep. Always, they seem to have these anime profile images. Coincidence? I think not. But yeah, at least this site doesn't have me on it anymore. That's good. Yeah, sounds about right. Because guaranteed, it's not only this stream they're pulling that BS in. Already suspended or deactivated. Yeah. Yeah, no, Twitch is on it. Rinka, are you still out there? Or are you part of those same group? Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, that was the only one I saw. I didn't look too close. Yes, okay. Yeah. So far, WTF Aura. Yeah, flagged as suspicious is what we do. So that was one of us. What's happening? We were getting brigaded. Twitch is pretty good about it. Like, they know these people are trolling. Yeah, it's just something we got to do. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Like, yeah, Bedro. That one's tough. I made you go watch a couple Elixir talks on YouTube. Nice. Yeah, it's cool. Like, have you seen the documentary? The Honeypot documentary? It's a short watch. It's only 12 minutes, but it's a very nice video. Just talking about like the creator, like Jose Valim's like inspiration and why he did it and all that stuff. Formerly Honeypot, now it's Cult Repo. Interesting. But yeah, this is a really good video. The secret language, scaling, WhatsApp and Discord. Yeah, it's Elixir, it's Erlang. Duh. Technically, WhatsApp was Erlang. Discord uses Elixir, but tomato, tomato. Yeah, Theo's also a big Elixir fan. The old Erlang video? Yeah, I don't know that one. There's also a good blog post that I want to show you. The Road to 2 Million WebSocket Connections in Phoenix. This is kind of a fun little read, too. Which one was this? Erlang the movie. Yeah, I didn't know that one. I'm going to queue that one up for later. All right, so here's my next thought. We also want to do a where, and I believe where can go after all that. We could do it within 30 days. I I would say 7 would probably be fine. But let's do this. Let me get more music going first. Oh, man. Never mind. Let me just auto-complete it because the LLM nailed it. So yeah, like I'm saying, I'm not 100% against AI and LLMs and, you know, the stuff they do for coding. I just don't think vibe coding is all that these people have it cracked up to be. You'll notice that the people who are saying vibe coding is the future and programmers aren't needed are people who are selling you a product that's trying to replace programmers. Right? Why would you listen to the snake oil salesman tell you how good the snake oil is? What's up, Sleepy? Bedro. At a very divided time, it's kind of always been that way. Devs just want to divide themselves no matter what. People love a good sense of superiority. You tried the vibe code once and the initial code looked okay, but for the rest it just didn't work. Yeah, like Tommy, I agree. It's like the best example I can think of is Levels.io. Very cool dude. The airplane thing he made a good chunk of change doing it from what was really just a couple weeks of work. More power to him, like awesome dude. But he eventually just hit a bottleneck where the context window wasn't big enough and the AI just started getting worse and worse and worse. And he had this large code base that he didn't understand whatsoever, so he wasn't able to actually like do anything beyond a certain point. I think it was a great experiment, and I'm really glad that he shared that with the rest of the world. Like, really cool of him to do it. But I think it showed the exact limitations of such a thing for developing an actual product. You know? And it just comes back to this article, programs versus products. You like writing everything yourself? I get it. Like, do you not do any auto completion? Like, do you not use IntelliSense at all? Because that would be kind of insane to me. Like, I'm so curious about that, Tommy. Like, do you not use IntelliSense whatsoever? Like, no auto completion at all? I mean, I get it. Some people want to make their own butter. To make your own butter, first you have to grow your own cow. To grow your own cow, first you must invent the universe. You know, like, at some point, like, you're still just starting from someone else's starting point, you know? And Raimu, yes, I'm not calling you out specifically. Auto-completing a keyword versus auto-completing a whole function are radically different. I don't know if they're that radically different. It's still up to you to hit tab or not. Yeah, exactly, Tommy. Like, you type a thing and you hit dot. I just want to see what's there. That's the whole point of having types in TypeScript, you know? Right? Like that. All right, cool. Selected org. Let's do that. Dot ID. Dot name. Yeah, let's do it. Dot character at. Okay, cool. Yep, I wanted that exactly. Sure. Like, I didn't actually want that, but boom, now we got a capitalized selected org name. I didn't actually want that, but to me, I find that to be great. Like, just a few easy tabs, no problem. But yes, I don't want it to complete the next, like, 50 lines all at once. Some of the snippets that VS Code, like, plugins have are all right. I tend to not use those. There are cases where they're good. Yeah. Yeah, in my opinion, I think really amazing IntelliSense is the killer feature. And people are all just like, they're trying to shoehorn AI into doing things that it doesn't need to do. It's just the latest hype train. Let's do another one of these. I do want to keep it to a couple today. Come on, skipping that one. It's just whiskey and water. We did the margaritas. Those were great. But, yeah, we don't need the calories. With the whiskey and water, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get myself back down to, like, the 165, like, weight mark pretty quickly. Getting down to the 150, 155, that one's a lot harder for me. I think it's just going to involve a lot more exercise. All right, so back to it. Desk treadmill? Nah, because then I'd need to like raise my desk, and my desk is a sit stand desk, but it's got a crank on the side because I'm cheap and I never raise it. No, I'd rather just force myself to go walk outside for a half hour. No, it's actually fine. I don't care enough. EX is Elixir. All right, so we want keyword events greater than 7 days ago. I get that. That makes sense. If it works for you, keep doing it. I actually find a lot of people really like have terrible posture when they're standing at their desk. See, I don't mind the crank. The crank's not that big a deal. It's the bad posture that standing at your desk creates. With the chair, I can at least like force the posture because it's just keep your butt to the back of the seat, you know? Keep your back pressed to the seat back, you know? Yeah, hold on. What am I missing context-wise here? Where did the white gloves thing come from? I'm guessing it relates to the Sangiovese. I don't know what that is, though. Like Lightspeed, where did the white gloves comment come from? What does that have to do with anything? Okay, the red wine seemed fancy. Got it. Like, I understand that part. I still don't get it. What do white gloves have to do with it? Is that a red wine thing? Like, it's obviously some context we're all missing here. Very curious about it. Well, wouldn't the butler be wearing the gloves? Okay, got it. It's basically Wednesday. Exactly, FD. Now, we definitely had some trolls earlier that you missed. The, yeah, the meme coin trolls. So weird to me. Yeah, super weird. There's some meme coin website where streamers in this category tend to have a bunch of people from that site come in here and brigade them about someone rug pulling or blah, blah, blah. It's happened a few times. But yeah, what we want to do here is we want to figure out the right way to aggregate these events, but maybe we just do the 7 days ago, like whatever. And then we do the aggregation separately, or maybe we just spit it all out. If we just spit this out, we're good. Yeah, this is where we need one of those like aggregate functions then. Because I don't want to come back with every single event as like a value thing here. Maybe we do though. Yeah, let's spit this out. You're right, we are grouping. We'll just see what we get out of it. Where's our router? Better tech? Postog? Okay. Yeah, sounds cool. Sorry, 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I gotta run a thing for a coworker. Okay, so get ref log. That dash ref log. No, we don't need to like hide this. Okay, sorry. So let me pass this to a coworker. Okay, so we are discovering that that was the actual issue. And does anyone else actually do that? Right? When you do like a git pull, do you ever actually like, well, okay, so that worked. Hold on. Trying to think. So yeah, sorry. Let me get another album going. Um, so hold on. Let me see. How can I do this in a different way? I got to reproduce a bug for work. Let me test this out. Let's do it for the domain thing. Um, yeah, if I edit this, Uh, uh, damn it. Hold on. We'll do this. All right, so now yeah. Sorry, I just got to pass this to a coworker because we're trying to figure this out. Right. So who here ends up setting that up? I'm curious about that. Like, do you guys ever set this up to where you do the pull, like where you could just do get pull instead of doing get pull origin main or whatever? Like, I never ever set this up on a repo. Right? Like, I never do the set upstream too. I haven't done that for a repo in ages because I don't mind typing get pull origin main. I'm okay with that. So hold on. So hold on. I got to do this. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we're just trying to debug this issue. But yeah, I'm curious. Does anyone else set that upstream? Because I never do. Okay, sorry. I apologize, everyone. And yeah, we skipped this song. But yeah. Just wanted to make sure I'm like helping brainstorm and figure out that issue. And hold on. Someone asked a pretty good question. Well, no. So here's the thing. I only have one remote. Right? And then what? Git branch -r. Right? So like here's the big thing, right? Like origin/head versus origin/main. And that is probably it. That's the one. All right, so let me pass that. Let me pass that over. Yeah, I feel like if we only have one remote, we can assume the remote. If we don't have, like, if we have more than one remote, then we have to prompt the user, right? But okay, so back to what we're doing. Yep, sorry for the distraction. Just, it's kind of my job. I got to test these things. But okay, so yes, back to it. And yeah, what's up? How you doing, Tommy? Yeah, I love that emote. That one's just so good. All right, so let's do a fetch for that endpoint. Okay, so on the front end, we've got this. We don't need that. It's not user service. It's stat service. And then, hold on, what did I change here? Trying to understand how restreaming video works. Like at like the FFmpeg style level, or more like you want to stream to multiple platforms? Okay, so more of the protocol. Ingesting and distributing, you understand how it works, but you can't get it to work. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Is this for like a thing that you're building? Oh, God. All right, so stats dashboard gives us a 500 sad panda. Nil given for org ID. Yeah, it would. Well, hold on. Would it? Ah. Yep. Yeah, we do have to pass the org. which means our URL changes on the front end. Okay, so we fail building that. Dashboard stats response undefined. This is web. Yep, there we go. I meant inserted at. Yep. Column K1.id must appear in the group by clause or be used in an aggregate function. But that's what I'm doing. I am doing. Oh, hold on. Does the order of that matter? That would be weird. Yeah, the order didn't matter. Oh, hold on. So keyword event as K1. So we have to group by the keyword event ID too? Really? That doesn't seem right. That one's trickier. Okay, so you're almost done putting together your first Japanese village in your Unity video game. You just have to add walls and furniture and decor to each structure and land part of it. So you just have to do everything still. Totally, I get it. I get it. It's like that scene from Ghostbusters. Holy shit. Yeah, what's the quote? It just needs... Yeah, right? Everyone can relax. I found the car. It just needs suspension work and shocks, brakes, brake pads, lining, steering box, transmission, rear end, maybe new rings, also mufflers, a little wiring. You know, like basically every single thing. I love that quote. My parents love that quote too. But Lil Queso, how you doing? Is that like Lil Queso, like a little bit of cheese? Like queso, like Queeso, right? Like queso? If so, that's a solid name. If not, well, it's also a good name. What were you up to on your stream today? A little bit of queso. You were just chilling. All right. Well, what kind of chilling were you doing? Ah, you're playing some Warzone? Okay. Well, I'm curious. How'd you find the stream? Right? Like, you've never chatted here before. You don't follow. It's your first raid ever. I'm curious. Yeah, how'd you find the stream? Interesting, Queso. So you just did raid on your thing, but like, how? It just popped me up randomly? Huh. That's weird. But yeah, what's up, Code Drift? What's up, this other raid? Sorry, I'm not trying to bury you there, little queso. Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know enough about Twitch's raid mechanic. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah. It's a bit new to me. Warp Tux. Warp Tux. I'm familiar with your stream, I think, right? Pretty sure you stream, right? But yeah, good shout out. What were you up to today on your stream, Code Drift? So, Lil Queso, you're still live. Questionable. Okay. Alzar, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Building a CLI for publishing WebAssembly packs. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So wait, what are these packs? They're like the things that task lists like reps or whatever, right? So basically, are you doing similar to what mcp.run is doing, where you create like a directory of stuff? Like theirs is focused purely on like MCP, but it's also WebAssembly. But you're going for a more general like WebAssembly repository kind of thing? Similar, a lot of overlap, but just different focus, right? Where would I find this like directory? Do I have to log in to see it? Or do you have it as like a separate domain? Okay. Sure. Okay, so you have 3 right now. Are they just your packs, or would it be like an NPM style, like anyone can push kind of thing? So that's what you mean, well, hold on. The packs will be public, or the public will be able to publish packs? Okay, so they're yours for now, but eventually it'll be others. So that's like an end goal. You want to do like a repository. Okay. So an NPM of telemetry for APIs if you'd like to use jargon. Well, yeah. I mean, once you open it up, it could be a bunch of like open telemetry. That's a good name. I mean, man, someone should lock that down. Bad joke. Sorry. My bad. Terrible joke. Yeah, someone write that down. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, open wasamellatry just doesn't flow. Like, it's not quite as nice. I like the site, though. The site looks really nice. Oh, absolutely, code drift. Yeah, like automate things for sure. Yeah, I think what you're building right now, and this is something that I'm pretty sure you've seen here on this stream, but we were talking about it earlier, and it's I really like the distinction that Dylan Beatty makes between these things of a program versus a product. Right? What you're building right now is probably just a program for yourself, right? Like something that solves a task and does it like for you. But it's not maybe meant to work for everyone as an actual product, right? Because product development is so much more, right? Now, he's talking about it in the context of vibe coding, right? Like vibe coding will never make a legitimate product, but it'll make great programs, you know? And I think, yeah, in this case, you're just building a program, a thing that solves your problem, not necessarily a thing that solves a lot of people's problems. Is that, like, am I understanding what you're doing properly at least? When I like your logo. I like it. It's like it's simple, but it's distinct. Yeah, I like the logo. Okay. Yeah, no, like the site looks good, man. I think yeah, you did a great job. Yeah, I like how it's like minimal like motion too, right? Like there's just this little bit of sliding these in. It's not like all over the place. I like that personally. I like these images. Like, man, yeah, you did a really good job. These marketing pages were done with Framer. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. RR7, that's Ruby on Rails? I'm guessing. React Router. Oh, okay. Yeah, I still disagree with that mixing of concerns. I just want a router for my client-side applications. You know? That's it. That's it. So yeah, like, I don't know. It still works, but I think they've muddied the water too much. Yeah, I think the Remix brand was solid. Yeah. Yep. I think Remix is very good for what it's good at. I think it's really bad at doing like dashboard applications though. And let me just point out, I only came to that conclusion after trying to do so. And it sucked. Like, you know, when you have a dozen interactions on a page, right? Like this kind of stuff, you know? Modals and blah, blah, blah. It's just, I don't know. It's not Remix's bread and butter, but they've tried to make it so. Like, to me, this is just not a Remix thing when you have all these different, like, forms within a page. Right? When you have a single interaction per page, right? Like a standard old school forum website, that is Remix's bread and butter, and it does it really well. So e-commerce and things like that. Totally, I get it. Yeah, right. Like, yeah, I totally get that. It's just, I don't know. Pretty similar to where Pinterest ended up too. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And okay, so Hunar, 1 second. Let me read your comment. And how you doing? Thank you. Thank you for lurking over on the YouTube. The Remix team gave the beauty the poisoned apple and handed over to the seven dwarves. Those are words. I'm struggling to understand what they mean together, though. Yeah, not sure, Hunar. But yeah, very cool stuff. For everyone joining from the raid, let me at least point out what we're working on today. We are trying to build out oh, I guess I need to make that a link. So I'll do that here in a second. We're trying to build out a little bit of like stats for this like dashboard page that is very empty right now. We prompted V0, and I hated most of it, but I like the idea of like the one big graph and then all the keywords that you have. Whether we do them in the sidebar like this or not, I don't know. I like the idea. So we might get rid of like this graph and just have like this on the side, and then you decide what you want to show or hide, and it's like toggleable. I like the idea of that. But yeah, like the rest of this stuff, we're not going to do any of the rest of this stuff. So, did we need some tool to do this stuff for us? Probably not. But, whatever. We wanted to try and see what it would do. And we only burned like, what, 4 or 5 trees worth of energy in prompting some LLM to do this bullshit? Yeah, it's good just for like finding inspiration because you know it's trained on other people's ready-made applications and all that stuff anyway. So it's still like, you know, it's good and it's about equivalent to if I just decided to go look at some other product pages. You know, like Pinterest. We could find a bunch of like product demo pages. I'm sure. What does Figma have a bunch of like weird collection like example stuff? Am I thinking of Pinterest? No, I'm thinking of what is it? Dribble? Is Dribble the thing that's like the collection of like random UI stuff? I think I'm thinking of Dribble. Yeah, you're not going to revolutionize the dashboard. Just show the data. Yep. I think I am thinking of, yeah, Dribble, blah, 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 right? Like, we could have just gone and looked at a bunch of random Dribble bullshit, and it would have been about the equivalent of letting V0 prompt it. But we wouldn't have used multiple trees worth of energy. Hunar. So you didn't ruin my childhood. I just think that's your interpretation. But that's incorrect. It's a fairy tale. Fairy tales don't have to be logical. And Hunar, I think you misunderstand. Plenty of children's stories talk about death. Like, a shitload of them. Like the parable of the frog and the scorpion. It's absolutely about death. Plenty of stuff talks about death. The Brothers Grimm, all their stories were death related. So yeah, Hunar, I don't know, man. I don't know. You didn't ruin any childhood. I just think you misunderstood the stories. Children's stories absolutely talk about death. Does Tree Hugger Chris only come out when talking about AI? I wouldn't even say that was Tree Hugger Chris, but yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure trees have it in for me due to how many I burned myself personally back in my snowboard days. Hunar, I simply disagree. The parable of the frog and the scorpion absolutely talks about death. Like, directly. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, every time I consult some AI, we just like start adding to the trees. Like, just start adding to the trees command. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, I like that. Ooh, I like that. So yeah, depending on what we prompt, we add to the trees command accordingly. Ooh, I like that. But I do have to use the restroom. So give me a second. I'll be right back. An ad's about to start, so it's perfect timing. I should have timed it better, but I gotta pee. So give me a second. I'll be right back. And we've got Elton John here to sing us a song about death. Even though he was only 4 feet 11, there's no height restrictions on the gates of heaven. I love that IT Crowd episode. Hold on, what's the lyrics? I gotta look it up. Like, dude, some of them are super good. A beautiful song about death. Small Paul, you're gone now. You pushed that trolley a little too hard. You felt a twinge, it was your heart, and you're dead now. And though you're only 4 feet 11, there's no height restrictions on the gates of heaven. You're no longer around. You're in the ground. And we're all the same height when we're lying down. Those are beautiful lyrics, okay? If you've never seen IT Crowd, you're missing out on someone who sings that just slightly better than me. The we're all the same height when we're lying down part is super good. I'm going to add that to my Hinge profile for sure. 100%. Oh, 100%. How do I make a note to self for it? Oh, that's definitely going in my Hinge profile. Yeah, I'm a little on the shorter side, but we're all the same height when we're lying down. Boom. Nailed it. All right, so what we end up having here is, yes, back to what we're actually working on. I know, we take our sweet time, don't we? We've got a flaw in our database query here. Oh, and I forget, code drift. What is your backend built in? So they're saying I need to group by keyword ID as well. ClickHouse for analytics and Postgres for non-analytic data. So wait, your GraphQL acts as like your full like authentication layer too? Interesting. Like I always implement like, well, I haven't done that much GraphQL, but I've always found that GraphQL works better as an aggregator. So build out like a proper REST API first and then aggregate the Postgres data via REST APIs instead. But I guess for your use case, you don't need that extra layer of complexity. So then, like, how do you ship SDKs? Those just have direct access to the GraphQL? And I'm guessing you don't see any major like CPU bottlenecks from the GraphQL stuff? Because that's one of the biggest complaints I've ever heard, where if you treat GraphQL as like the canonical, it's a lot more effort to escape it. Whereas instead, if GraphQL is just treated like an aggregator, you can always just escape it by doing the direct request to the service that it's like aggregating. But by making it an aggregator, you also create like an extra hop. So that extra network request that it's aggregating to, I mean, it should be within the same network, so you're talking like a millisecond or two, right? So that shouldn't be a big deal. Okay, so ingestion is just fastify to SQS. Sure, okay. But what about like the service endpoint? So I guess ingestion is the SDK, right? Like, so someone consumes your SDK into their thing. That's just the ingestion API. You don't really need the other parts from the SDK, right? And that keeps the SDK light. So that's kind of smart. Okay. Right. Okay. So ingestion is the super light thing. Got it. That makes a lot more sense to me. Okay. So then for your dashboard, that's GraphQL, and maybe it doesn't make sense to add the extra hops. Okay. Right. So you want to be able to pivot as quickly as possible. Okay. No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the answers. Yeah, I'm just curious. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. And in the future, if you were to discover a CPU bottleneck, you could always just make ad hoc endpoints for the part that's slow. Yeah, no, I like that. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Cool. So you haven't hit the point where like you're hitting the bottlenecks yet. So why worry about that problem until you get there? Because the effort to do it now versus later is about the same. That's usually how I think about whether something is worth doing now versus later. Is the effort to do it later going to be way more than the effort to do it right now? If they're equal, well, then just do it later. Who cares? Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, typing without the TRPC dance. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I get it. And what's up there, Cyberblitz? How you doing? Yeah, like the TRPC dance never makes sense to me because I'm never using, like, I'm almost never using something where TRPC makes sense on the back end. So if I'm doing a bunch of like Lambda stuff, TRPC really doesn't make sense. If I'm doing Elixir, it's not even possible. Yeah, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I get it. And Khalid over on YouTube, how you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, what you up to? And then Hanpeki over here on Twitch. Yeah, greetings from Tokyo. Tokyo! Sorry. We're borrowing some memes from the Primogen, no big deal. I would say that's the better Tokyo compared to like the Rust Tokyo. I think Rust's Tokyo introduces way more headache and problems than it solves in most applications. Cyberblitz, you really fancy some beer? Yeah, I need to have a beer. Okay, I like that code drift. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't do enough GraphQL. I consider GraphQL a thing I do after I've done my REST API because the REST API just makes way more sense to me. It's like a very clear, like, domain model, you know? Ah, yes, the pita pit. Is that a thing down in California? Up here in Washington that we had, or I don't know if they're still a thing, but at least 20 years ago, there was a restaurant called Pita Pit. Ah, you're working. Yes, I'm a beanie person. Ooh, Cyberblitz. Wait, really? Oh, man, hold on. You do have a pita pit down in Cali? Yeah, all right. Just making sure. I thought it was a chain. Pita Pit was very popular in BC. You heard of it in the 2000s. Yeah. Quijibo. I'm literally thinking of the one that's in Vancouver. Or not Vancouver, sorry. Bellingham. I've never been to Vancouver, but yeah, Bellingham has a pita pit for sure. Or at least used to. But yeah, hold up. Cyberblitz. I also have a collection of beanies. Of course, this thing's in the way. No, I don't want to promote it. Get out of my face. Dude, they are really heavy-handed with that bullshit. I can reach up to 100,000 more users now. Mm-hmm. You mean because you're like throttling me and preventing me from like making it into the algorithm? You're just trying to bait me into like paying to opt out of the algorithm? Cool, thanks. No, thank you. Oh, nice, Squidgy Yeah, I live in Redmond. Like, yeah, I'm here in Washington for sure. But yeah, dude, no, the Twitter algorithm is screwing me. If I simply clicked promote, I could see the rest of the tweet. That's how they're getting you. Extra shady. Dark patterns galore. Ooh, Khalid, hold on. So, you're doing fine. You miss a lot of the fun, but you're back now. You just got married to your beautiful wife. Congrats, Khalid. Dude, happy for you. Yeah, like, that's a great excuse. You don't have to be here, but I get it. Like, you gotta do what you do. And then Code Drift. Yep, yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, good conversation. I just read the word congrats. My brain auto-completed. Right? My brain's an LLM already. It's great at the auto-completion. But yeah, it's finally warm in Cali, so you're making a caprese salad. And a caprese salad's like a cold thing then, right? What, I'm a foodie, but not a salad eater. Okay, so it's just tomatoes. What is it? Basil? Yeah, okay, so tomatoes, basil, mozzarella, salt and olive oil. It sounds all right. It sounds okay. To me, a caprese salad looks like, I started like prepping to make a meal and then I got lazy and I just ate the prep. Yeah, it's not even laid out on a charcuterie board. You just put it in a bowl and eat it. Like it's lazier than a charcuterie board. Shit. What's up, Kinslayer? How you doing? All right, we'll do another one of these. It's probably where I gotta call it on these, though. I don't want to go overboard. I'm developing the taste for just the water mixer, which means it's going to be easier and easier to overdo it. But I think we're fine. All right, so back to the actual issue, the thing we're trying to solve right now. And yeah, Khalid, no, like yeah, maybe you didn't see it. People said it here in the chat a little bit ago, but you got at least two other people saying congrats. That was the Bob that I know and the Code Drift. So yeah, Khalid, congrats, man. All right. So as far as this goes, I think the big thing is group by and keyword event ID, which means it's not going to aggregate the same way I thought, right? But at least it'll probably succeed at the query level. It will probably fail at the template rendering, like JSON level. Ah. Wow, no responses. Well, that's not good. Okay, we do it as an array. That's it. All right. Oh. Yeah. All right, so we see keyword events in there. We do get an error for like no index JSON template because that's me messing that part up. But that's still going to fail because... Oh, you know what? Okay, hold on. Right. So yeah. Only 218,000 events in the last 7 days. No big deal, guys. All right, so hold on. Does neo-brutalism have graphing stuff built in, or do we got to figure that out on our own? Chart. And hold on. Let me read that. You just got an ad for the Cybertruck? Damn, yeah, they are scraping the bottom of the barrel, right? Like, dude, before that dude lost his shit, that thing sold itself. They didn't need ads. Yeah, man. Dude jumped the shark. But he gutted the government agencies that were investigating him for likely fraud. So at least he's not in prison. His company might be dying, but at least he's not in prison. Oh yeah. I could have sworn there's talk of oh god damn it. We're gonna switch back to PNPM. Because no matter what, we still had to do some hacks. But yeah, like, dude, I thought there was chatter of like removing him as CEO of Tesla. If his board has a brain, that's a no-brainer. The only way they get paid is by using that brain. What the hell is that? Yeah, I'm doing it. We're switching back to PNPM. It means that I'll probably have to figure out some other stuff. And hold on. You hope so. You own one. They're great vehicles. You'd like to see it prosper, but he's just destroying all the hard work his employees have built for him. Yeah, exactly. They're all great cars, except the Cybertruck. Like, dude, that thing is such a hunk of garbage. Right? It's not a good truck. It's not a good, like, point A to point B vehicle because it's too big. Like, dude, it's shit for every single thing it could possibly be for. Every time I see one, it's like, what's the fucking point? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I like the aesthetic of it. I think it looks kind of cool. It's like a modern DeLorean, but like truck-wise. But it actually sucks as a truck. It has a shitty bed. Like, you can't haul anything with it. Like, yeah, it's a bad truck, you know? Like, what's the point of owning a bad truck? I guess a lot of those, like, extremely large F-350, F-150, whatever trucks are kind of shit trucks, too, once they do all the bullshit to it. Like, adding tires that are way too big. Yeah, you're just increasing the amount of torque you need to actually move something by increasing the size of the tires for no reason. Like, yeah, it's just, yeah, you know. I love the utility of a proper truck. I just don't like the bullshit trucks that a lot of assholes get. Most people could get away with owning a fucking Datsun. You know? Like one of those old school Toyota SR5s. So, Sir Elfman, I actually want to push back. I think that new truck, ignore the fact that it's owned by Bezos, um, that new company's truck is actually kind of genius. Right? Like, I forget the name of it. You guys know that new one, like the modular one? That one seems actually like perfect for like farm work type stuff as long as it actually performs and can actually drive. Slate, that's the brand, Slate. Yeah, dude, like honestly, that thing seems perfect for like farm work. You think overpriced? Yeah, because you can definitely get like a Datsun or a Toyota SR5 or something like a little smaller to do the same work. So I agree with that. Yeah, like you'd still be better off buying an old like 90s Toyota SR5, right? I totally get it. But with that, you're still guzzling gas. You still got to have gas, right? You're gonna have to go out somewhere to grab gas and fill that tank or whatever. Like that vehicle then has to be street legal. Whereas if you're just operating it on your farm, if you're just operating the truck on your farm, you don't need a registration. You don't need anything. And I think that's where like a super cheap electric truck could really nail it. Toyota will release a Corolla price truck. That sounds amazing. Yeah, that sounds great. That's what the old SR5s were for sure. I've known enough people that owned farms that had some of those like just shitty like, you know, beater trucks just for hauling shit around. It's really smart. Yeah, power is much cheaper than fuel. Yeah, for sure. Um yeah, I don't know. I think one of those like electric style like farm trucks is going to be huge eventually, but it's got to come down in price. It's going to have to be a commodity thing, you know? Yeah, I'd love to own like one of the old like Toyota SR5 trucks. They're simple enough that you can still work on them as a human being. They've got enough clearance to do some stuff instead of like the old Datsuns. Yeah, like no, they're nice. Used to have a Jeep. Eh, Jeeps are nice until you have to maintain them. That's the entire problem that like the AMC wagon had. It was basically a Jeep with a wagon and frame on it. But then you're maintaining a Jeep. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on. If y'all don't know, my absolute dream vehicle is one of these AMC wagons. Look at how badass this fucking thing is. Oh my god, dude. This is a perfect, perfect station wagon. Look at how badass that is. It's not even lifted. Oh, this is my dream vehicle. If I ever make more money than I know what to do with, I'm driving one of these around. I'll probably lift it up a bit. But fuck yeah, dude. Oof. Ooh. Just a beautiful vehicle. I love these things. I would drive one of these around if money were not an option. That's not even like the most badass they can look. Hold on. Hold on. Where's like the monster? Oh. Look at this fucker. Like, there's no reason anyone needs something like this. But damn, right? Like, look at it. This thing's beautiful, dude. I fucking love these AMC wagons. They're just so cool, dude. Ah, they're just so damn cool. This is probably closer to what I'd actually own. You know, not like insane style, but like, yeah, some beefy tires, a little bit of a lift. Only cooler thing this could be is if it had the wood paneling. I love the fake wood paneling. Come on. Ah, don't ruin it for me, Hench. Come on. No, Hulk Hogan would drive an F-350. He probably does drive an F-350. Right? Like, come on. Don't ruin the AMC wagon for me. But yeah, this thing sold for 15 grand. I wouldn't pay for it now, but man, if I ever made a bunch of money, yeah, I'd drive one of these around. Fuck it. Damn, only 82,000 on it? What? What? Ah, dude. Yeah. You don't even have to be a millionaire to own one of these. Technically. One of these days. He does drive a lifted F-350? Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Yeah, the Subaru I drive, I bought with 114,000 miles on it. 10 years later, I've got 160. So I don't drive that much. Oh, yours is kilometers. Ooh, there you go. 90K K. Exactly. Yes, Koros. That's why I would not buy that wagon, right? That AMC wagon. I would not buy an AMC wagon unless I had way more money than I know what to do with, because the maintenance on it would suck way more. But it's actually like, it's still big enough and spaced out enough in the engine compartment that you can actually do the work yourself. Whereas like the Subaru I have, there's only a couple things I'm willing to do myself before I start getting way too frustrated with how cramped all this bullshit is. You know what I would actually do if I had a shitload of money and I could buy an AMC Eagle wagon? I would also pay to have the entire thing taken apart and 3D scanned for every part, and then open source all that shit. Right? Like fully public domain scans of AMC Eagle like parts, so that you could 3D print or mold or cast any of that shit. That would be my actual dream. I could actually support the forever maintenance of these things. A4 wagon, like the Audi. Those Audi wagons are nice too, but they're a little too low to the ground for my liking. They just don't have enough ground clearance. Yeah, and a lot of maintenance on those too. The vehicle I drive is a 95 Subaru Legacy, not wagon, but sedan. I wish it was actually a wagon, but it was the only one I found for that like year, that like model type, right? That body type with reasonable mileage and drivable at the time I was looking. I bought it for around $4,000 in 2015. Since then, I've done an engine rebuild. That cost me another like $3,000 or $4,000. And then I haven't done anything major to it since. So over 10 years, $8,000 is a pretty solid investment. I will need to replace the fuel pump here soon, and I do need to take it in for just some general maintenance. I haven't taken it in for like 6 years. It needs some work, but I don't drive that often. But, right, the 95 of the Legacy is like right before they switched body types in like 97. You pretty much never want to get a brand new like first generation, like first year body type from Subaru. It takes them a while to like figure things out and fix enough stuff. You typically want to get like the end of that like body type of that generation or whatever of a Subaru. So a 1995 or a 1996, those are like the golden Legacies. The last couple years they produced the Loyales. Also, the best years you can buy a Loyale from, right? It's after they've worked out the kinks, but it's not like boring enough yet to where they had to change the entire thing. 92 Firebird? Okay. Yeah, never go first model of a new gen. Yeah, it's very much true. Yeah, for sure. No, I don't oil change nearly enough. I need to go and do that. For sure. Yeah, I'm going to go do an oil change and, you know, probably like the full gamut of like plugs, wires, like all that shit. Replace all the filters. Air filter's probably fine, but oil filter, absolutely, right? That you do oil filter when you do an oil change anyway, just cause. Fuel filter I need to do. I definitely need a new fuel pump, I'm pretty sure. When I went golfing on Sunday, I was at the driving range for like an hour or two because I had to wait for a spot, and then I just took my time hitting. Got back out to my car, vapor lock. Fuck. Went and hit the putting green for a bit. Came back and checked it. Still vapor locked. Had to go sit in the bar and hang out for like half hour to an hour to where it was finally not vapor locked and I could drive home. I'm pretty sure it's because of a weak fuel pump, but it still works. So it's hard to like convince myself to change it. It could just be a clogged fuel filter, actually. I don't know. What I'll do is I'll do like a full like maintenance sweep of plugs, wires, etc., right? Fuel filter, like the easy stuff. Oil change, blah blah blah. And then if it persists, then fuel filter or fuel pump time, right? But I'm wondering if it's just like a clogged fuel filter, and I should just fix that. Oh yeah, Quijibo. Like again, I bought it 10 years ago. I'm good. Like that Subaru could last easily another 100,000 miles if I just make sure I treat it correctly. And 100,000 miles will last me easily another 10 years. But it's one of those things where, you know, it's a little beat up. It doesn't look pretty. It's kind of gross on the inside. I need to get it like detailed. Is what it is. I'm lazy. But let's go back to this part. Let's do some graph BS. Oh yeah, I deleted the PNPM workspace file. No worries, Aunt Becky. Have a good one. Use action state. To me, use action state sounds like a Next.js or like a React router server side thing. And I don't do server side rendering for pretty much anything. I do static rendering, but I use Astro for that stuff. So what is use action state for? Did I nail it? Am I correct? Is that some Next.js or Remix BS? It's a React 19 thing? Okay. But yeah, no, I don't use React server components because I don't do server-side rendering. Yeah, no, I don't touch that stuff. I think any app that needs to be server-side rendered is actually an edge case. And Vercel has made a lot of money off convincing us it's a common case. It's not. It's really, really not. In general, you should probably just be statically rendering. Or you should be client-side rendering. That is like the at least 80% of the internet. If you're doing e-commerce, then yes, server-side rendering. If you're doing like a giant like classified style thing, like car listings or, you know, like marketplace stuff, sure, I get it. Yeah. Right? When you have so many posts that it doesn't make sense to statically render all of them when one thing changes, sure, but you could actually just do that better with a smarter tool. I'm not saying Astro does that better, but honestly, if you could just selectively re-render specific routes, then static rendering would totally win again, you know? Hugo can render 10,000 routes in less than a second. Static rendering can get you by, like, real quick, real easy. So the case for actual server-side rendering is actually really rare, in my opinion. And yes, that is some Pendleton. Yep. When I'm out and about, yeah, I'll still just reach for, like, the Four Roses or, you know, maybe some Basil Hayden or whatever. Buffalo Trace, sure. But if I have a choice, yeah, I'll pick some Canadian. Pendleton is technically Canadian, but it's bottled in Hood River, Oregon. So it's still not quite as, like, pure Canada as it could be. I just don't like Crown Royal. No, I don't like Scotch. I do like Irish whiskey. So I could switch to Irish whiskey. I could definitely switch to some Irish whiskey. I don't mind that. Jameson's gross, but yeah, if they had better Irish whiskeys at Costco, I'd probably reach for that instead. No, and I get it. I'm trying to support anything other than Kentucky because Kentucky has fucked us as a country for way too long. The entire situation we're in right now is Mitch McConnell's fault. He's the representative from Kentucky. I try not to eat fast food in general. There is a KFC nearby that is within walking distance. So, yeah, it's edible. I make better fried chicken myself, actually. If I want to eat some fried chicken, in most cases, I'd rather make my own fried chicken. I got the chicken in the freezer. I can thaw it. I can slice it. I got the flour. I got the seasonings. I can make better fried chicken than KFC, for sure. Like, pretty much anyone can. KFC is kind of garbage fried chicken these days. You order extra crispy and it's still this, like, greasy nonsense. Now, KFC sucks. But if you're hungry and you're lazy, it'll fill the void. I've heard quarter horse before. I've never had it, though. All right, so that actually installed. All right, so here we go. Now we can actually install this thing. Better than Woodford? Woodford's actually not that great. Woodford's not a good sipping whiskey. It's a good mixing whiskey. It's good for the quantity you can get it at Costco. But you really, really, really need a mixer. Why is mock service worker trying to be installed? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know quarter horse. I'm saying Woodford. There's plenty of stuff better than Woodford. Like Four Roses, just the yellow label, is better than Woodford. Buffalo Trace I consider better than Woodford. But I can't get either of those at like a giant, like Costco size 1.75 liter. I can get the Pendleton though. And I honestly, if I'm being totally honest, I'd rather be drinking Four Roses or Basil Hayden or Buffalo Trace over pretty much anything. What happened to Dino Bun? Anyone using it? Bun is actually the default for Lovable. I'm not sure why. Like, I guess it makes sense for them at scale because they're doing so many installs per day. If theirs is faster and less CPU resources, it just makes sense. So yeah, I don't know if you've heard of Lovable, but yeah, like Bun is the default package manager for Lovable. I think Dino makes a lot of sense too, right? You have to explicitly allow things to run post-install scripts or make requests outside the network and all that stuff. That's actually genius too. Okay, so Lovable is one of those, like, it's the fastest growing company ever kind of bullshit. It's just, I don't know, man. It's fucking bullshit. But yeah, Lovable. Build a SaaS startup, build a landing page, blah blah blah, right? You can prompt it for things and you'll get some value out of it. The problem I have with it is, number one, you cannot prompt it to do Next.js apps. So when my boss, who's just a marketing guy, he's not a dev, he's he's great, like kills it at what he does. So I'm not trying to throw shade or anything. What I'm trying to say simply is he's a marketing guy. He's not a dev. He's prompting a tool like Lovable, and he's able to get some really cool stuff out of it. Like, honestly. But when it comes time to, yes, all right, so we want to actually launch a microsite for this thing, I have to go in and convert this thing over to Next.js because we're going to have to like send server-side stuff to proxy to, you know, like HubSpot and whatever. But I don't want to deal with cores and all that bullshit. And I don't want to expose the endpoint to the client. So like, yeah, no, we just have an endpoint on our back end that proxies via Next.js to the HubSpot thing. And we're good, right? And I can map all the values and do all the bullshit and do my own like personal honeypot BS. Like using a honeypot and a reverse honeypot form field solves so much of your like bot issues that you don't need reCAPTCHA in general. The things that are going to beat a honeypot and a reverse honeypot are human beings, and human beings can beat reCAPTCHA too. Fail to ban is a separate thing, Owen. Like, totally separate thing. Fail to ban is a server-side mechanism that you don't have access to when you're deploying just a random Next.js thing. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just way outside of the scope. If this were a job interview, no offense, Owen, I would consider the fact that you don't know what you're talking about because they're not related in the same context. No offense, I'm just letting you know, but that's important because in the job interview, I will absolutely, like myself, listen for things where someone mentions something that's totally unrelated, but they thought it was related. Like, okay, so you've actually never used it in this context. You're better off saying, I don't know, than giving an answer that's totally wrong. I'll just say that to everyone out there interviewing right now. You are better off saying, I don't know, than saying something that is totally unrelated. Now, if you were to qualify it with, well, if I controlled the server, I would implement fail to ban. You don't control the server in Vercel with Next.js, etc. You don't. So it's a bad recommendation and it's a bad keyword to mention. See what I'm getting at? In general, the job interviewer's entire job is to recognize when someone's trying to bullshit them. If you say you don't know for all questions, no, you probably don't get the job. But I would like you as a person better than the person that tried to bullshit me. You would be closer than the person that tried to bullshit me. Let me put it that way. Doesn't mean you're getting the job, but you're closer than that asshole was. No offense, Owen. I'm not trying to call you an asshole. I just mean in the context of an interview, when someone is flat out lying to your face and just pulling bullshit out of thin air, now they're an asshole at that point. This isn't the interview, so you're not one of that. I'm just letting you know how it feels when you're interviewing people and you can catch someone trying to bullshit you. Don't be the person that gets caught trying to bullshit someone. Saying, I don't know, is humanizing. If you don't know anything, well, sure, I would question the recruiter that forwarded you to this interview, because there should have been something that filtered you out ahead of time. But if you just said, I don't know to everything, well, all right, well, yeah, at least you're honest. I could see working with you once you know more. But the bullshitter, I never want to work with the bullshitter ever again. Right? That bullshitter has burned a bridge the moment I catch them bullshitting. Now, luckily, it's a big wide world, so burning this bridge doesn't matter. But there's a big thing there, right? Like, just don't be a bullshitter. We all do it from time to time, so I'm not trying to say from some high horse like, "Ha, all you bullshitters." No, I'm a bullshitter. I just think I'm a little more seasoned at when I can bullshit and when I can't. We all bullshit. That's human nature. But picking and choosing the times to bullshit, that's what makes you an expert. All right, so yeah. I don't think this is going to solve anything. And if it does, I might be a little bummed because I totally don't understand. All right, so same issue. You can't bullshit a bullshitter. Yeah, exactly. You can't bullshit a bullshitter. That's actually not true. You can totally bullshit bullshitters. If they got their job through bullshitting, they're probably not qualified to recognize other bullshitters. So it's actually easier to bullshit a bullshitter, I think. As long as you're not bullshitting the same things. Or as long as you are bullshitting the same things. Yeah, middle management is bullshitters by definition. Yeah, let's circle back. Like, let's take this offline. Y'all have heard that exact phrase in a meeting within the past week or two, haven't you? Right? A meeting where a lot of words were said, but nothing was actually said. Today. Yeah, exactly. Right? Let's circle back. We can take this offline if we need to, but we're just trying to realize some value and recognize what our users are trying to do, and blah blah blah. Like, I don't know. I'm not good at that bullshit. I would be a terrible product manager. Yeah. Hold on. There's a font for it. If every other word in a sentence you're typing doesn't get sans bullshit sans, are you even in marketing? So here's the real test of the quality of your meetings. Take the transcript and pass it through sans bullshit sans and see how much of the entire transcript gets scrubbed away by the ligatures. Yeah, no worries, Alex. You're welcome. All right, so why the fuck is this trying to install mock service worker? Like, what the fuck, dude? So So it's purely because of this chart.json. Looks to me like recharts is the big thing. Why is MSW required for this? Nah, we don't need ChatGPT. We can just not do it. And that's fine. I kind of hate all their charts anyway. So we can do it manually. What are we trying to chart? We want to do the homepage of our dashboard. So we want to show a bunch of stuff related to keywords and their events. I think that's like the main thing. All right, so I got enough water for at least one more beverage, and that's probably the last one I should have. But I do have to use the restroom, and that was me emptying out that bottle. So I'll go grab another. BRB, give me a second. I gotta pee. All right, and I'm back. So all right, so we've got this chart. We've installed recharts. I believe the atlib utils is there, the React stuff. We don't need this use client BS. Hold on, do they add that for these too? Nope. Yeah, none of this stuff needs that junk. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we have that component. It is about 8 p.m. I got a little more time in me. Fuck it, whatever. So yeah, what we want to do is we want to get some kind of chart somewhere in here. We will do a card as a wrapper. And yeah, let's get the front end stuff in there. Oh. I totally did that wrong. There we go. So here on the home page, you're an hour ahead. Thankfully, you can keep up. Oh, so you're not in the Vancouver area. Oh, interesting. So what is that? Alberta? Damn, I'm a dude. Nailed it. Oh, I'm an honorary Canadian at this point. Fuck yeah. Woo! Woo! Honorary Canadian right here. I mean, I watched enough Letterkenny and Corner Gas that I think we're good. I'm basically Canadian at this point. Oh yeah, I actually really enjoy Corner Gas. That first episode is actually amazing, dude. Kind of flat, isn't it? What do you mean? Topographically? Hey, oh shit, what's his friend's name? He says it's kind of flat around here. What do you mean? No, there's nothing in the way so you can see everything. Yeah, I saw the movie. The movie's good too. I have watched Red Green, absolutely. Yeah. They don't find you handsome. They should at least find you handy. Quijibo, I don't know if you know this. My memory is one of the best things I got going for me. I would posit that it's the only reason I'm a successful software dev. Because I tend to remember things. For sure. Oh, birthdays? No, birthdays are meaningless. I barely remember my own. No. Birthdays are meaningless. For sure. You can recall the first line of code you wrote? Ooh, yeah, I cannot. Because it's tricky. Is it the first line of code you wrote by hand, or is it the first line of code you copied and pasted from something like Karupa? So anyone here who remembers ActionScript absolutely remembers Karupa. Yeah, I mean, Quijibo, based upon the comments you've made, you're from the era where copy and paste didn't exist because it was out of the book. Yeah, exactly. That was actually how you did poor man's like copyright back in the day too. You publish it in a book and you send it to the Library of Congress. That's how my dad did a thing called Data Basic. Self-addressed envelope if it's small enough to fit in an envelope, sure. No, Data Basic was encyclopedia sized. Like many pages, you know? I believe it was... I don't remember if it was a bunch of COBOL or assembly code, but it's basically a pure book of just source code. And it was mostly utilities for, like, data manipulation. I think it was COBOL code, but I could be wrong. My mom has that book. When we were moving out of our family home, like 3 or 4 years ago, kind of thing, that was something she took home with her. I still have, personally, the transcripts from my dad's court case when he won, defending himself against Belcour. That's a fun story. I really, really, really want to write a screenplay about it or something. So yeah, bit of context there, Quijibo. It's rare. Judges don't take kindly to people representing themselves. Yeah. You know, you gotta nail it. Here's the thing, it wasn't my dad's first time defending himself either. And I don't think he won the first time. The first time I think he got sued by Ross Perot's company. And that company got defaulted. And then they formed a new company. And then did their like telecommunications consulting through the new company. No, not criminal. Nah, man. As a corporation, you can sue a company into foreclosure or default. Nothing prevents that same person who ran the company from starting a new company. A good lawyer could pierce the corporate veil if you're a single owner LLC or whatever, or corporation, but it wasn't a single owner corporation, so they're good. Oh, you're saying Ross Perot, criminal. Is that it? See, I don't know any of that. I know nothing about Ross Perot. Yeah, no clue. All I know is that my dad calls that guy, oh, that little fucker? And my dad's not very tall, so for my dad to call someone that little fucker, that means something. That really means something. Oh, that little fucker? Yeah, exactly. It's pretty good. Yeah, my dad hated Ross Perot, but as a telecommunications consultant, worked directly with him, basically. That is kind of cool there, Lightspeed. That's pretty legit. Like, that's cool. It's all the other shit he did that sucked. But yeah, just for some quick context, Quijibo. My dad helped design SMS 800, which in the US routed all 1-800 numbers as like a hardware system. And my mom helped write number portability at Belcor. Like both of these things were at Belcor in New Jersey. My mom helped write number portability that routed 1-800 systems to the landlines that they related to. And at some point, that same software was maybe reused for other things. But I'm told by other people who are familiar enough these days that they no longer use the exact same mechanisms. So, like cell phone routing, etc., is totally separate, whole new system. But at least during the 90s, the stuff that my parents did went through every single 1-800 number dial to ever happen. Like back in the day, you used to have a landline, and that was the landline for the house you moved into. Now you can take that landline with you, etc., right? But I'm pretty sure nowadays it's a totally different like mechanism to do so. So the number portability my mom wrote might be vaguely referenced, but not the same thing. So yeah, at least as far as someone else has told me about how that stuff works nowadays. During the 90s, though, yeah, my parents were, they did some influential shit. But they were just contractors, so unless you write COBOL code, you'll never see their names. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, my parents are fucking brilliant. I'm lucky. I'm really lucky to have parents that were programmers. I'm also lucky that they were programmers. So, like, when I was 18, graduating from high school, and had zero prospects because I was a C student, and I didn't know what I wanted to do, I decided to become a snowboard bum, and both my parents were like, fuck yeah, dude, do it. Fuck yeah. Man, we wish we'd done the same thing. Yeah, go be a snowboard bum. Use your body while you got it. These are like literal phrases both my parents have said. You can't do it when you're older. And they're right. Could you imagine at the age of 40 trying to become a full-time snowboard bum? You just can't do it. It's just not possible. You can snowboard, but you're not going to shred like you used to. And if you didn't build up that muscle memory, you'll never shred like a kid who did it in their 20s. Yep. Yeah. Like, I love my parents. I couldn't imagine having any other parents at this point. Like, man. Because again, like, man, I was a slacker in high school, didn't have any prospects. I knew that my grandparents had some money saved up to where I could go to a community college for free, basically. You could do it. It'd fucking hurt, but you'd do it. Let me just point out, like, one broken collarbone sets you back quite a bit. I know because I've broken both. My right shoulder dislocates. I've done AC separations on both. Mainly this shoulder, but I think I've done an AC separation on this one. I can't remember. 10 plus years of being a snowboard bum. There's no way in hell I could do it right now. There's just no way. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know, Cyberblitz. Good luck. I'd love to see you prove me wrong. But at the age of 40, you got other shit you got to deal with. At the age of 20, what obligations do you have? Nothing, right? Like, snowboard bum is purely something that is viable in your 20s and you're scraping by in your 40s. There's no way you make it work riding 150 days a year in your 40s. Like, I know there are ski patrollers that do it. Keep that in mind. But they're not wealthy. No, so let me point this out. There are ski patrollers that do it. There are people that do it. But they buy land way back in the fucking day. So, Haxer, you're mixing up movies. You're thinking of Ski Patrol, the dude with the masks. Ski School was a separate film. That's the one with Dean Cameron. Yeah, Ski Patrol is the one with the dude with the masks. Right, the snowboarder dude? For sure. I know because I've watched every single one of them. Absolutely. Ski School is the one with Dean Cameron, who is an 80s fucking legend, right? Like I said, I got movies. But yeah, Ski Patrol, fantastic film. Love that shit, dude. You can watch that shit any day of the week. Right. I got maybe a max of an hour left in me. This song's about to finish. But real quick, for people that are unaware, do I need to show my snowboard sponsor me video from 2006? I think I do. I'm pretty sure I do. Well, I mean, this month just started. If you're wondering, why is the quality so bad? I feel like YouTube recompresses this shit every year just for fun, because this is literally from 2006, 18 years ago, right? Like, I'm not even kidding. I was looking up where to post video online, and YouTube was it. At some point, you'll barely be able to recognize me versus the trees. This was the year that I first got my free snowboard. That's not even a free snowboard. That was one that, like, a friend gave me. The music's all right. We don't need to play the music. It's fine. And this is where it gets good, actually. I've never done that trick ever again as good as I did it, and that was in a competition. Not that one. That one's fine. I could do that one better. But this right here, the board I'm on in this shot, the first sponsored snowboard I ever got, and it's the one that's behind me. When you see me like start stream, that's the one that's like sitting behind me. I still have that board. In that one competition? No, I don't think so. I have won free stuff, but not from that competition. Like, I won a free, like, I got first place at a Mission Ridge rail jam on a rope tow, and that got me a free Nintendo Wii. To get sponsored by Rome, I basically won, like, the Rome competition, but they were like, you know what, since we're going to give you free shit, we're going to let someone else win. I don't know if I believe that person, because the other dude beat me. Like, the other dude was way better. No, Mission Ridge is not Canada. Mission Ridge is over here, like, Eastern Washington. It's like Wenatchee area. But yes, I've won a few competitions, but not many. I'm really bad at competitions where I have to hike. Like, unstrap, walk back up, and then strap back in again. I'm really bad at those. If you put me on a rope tow, I can do some shit. But there's something about, like, it takes me a good, like, couple hits to get my, like, bindings, like, actually dialed into the tightness I need to, like, do the tricks I gotta do in a rail jam or something. No. Yeah, I've actually never... I've been to Canada once. Late 90s, I went to Canada once. And then I haven't been ever since. I got a reckless driving when I was 18, and there's, like, something special I got to do to get back into Canada at this point. I got the reckless driving here, but in Canada, when they see reckless driving, they assume that you're a drunk driver, that you got it talked down to a reckless driving, and they treat you like a drunk driver. And they are, like, zero tolerance about drunk drivers in Canada. As far as I know. But I've been denied twice at the border in one day, and they said, if you try again, we're going to put you in jail. We almost made it the second time. We were so close the second time. But the dude I was with, who was driving the one vehicle, the other people were in the other vehicle, they asked him, do you have any firearms in the vehicle? And he said, not anymore. He was being cheeky to a fucking border agent in 2002. Like, what a fucking idiot, dude. What a fucking idiot. You don't be cheeky to border agents. Yeah, dude, right? You do not make jokes. They have zero sense of humor. Do not make a joke. Not anymore. Pull to the side, sir. Fuck. That was 2002. I haven't tried to go to Canada since. Oh, this is actually the set I was looking for. Fuck yeah. I remember liking this the other day. I believe it was a Monday, maybe Tuesday. But no, this is a solid song, solid set. It's a little more, like, rocky than the Idols normally are. I really liked this last time we heard it, but I gotta double check that now. So we'll see. Who knows? Whatever. All right, so back to what we're doing here. We need to get the chart component going. I feel like you asked about this last time there, Quijibo, and I don't know them specifically. Like, I know we looked it up and all that, but nah, sorry, like, I still don't know any of their stuff off the top of my head. You definitely asked about this last time. Did I star it to play again? No, like, I don't do that. I don't do bookmarks. If it's good enough, I'll check it out. But I'm not gonna do that just cause. Hell no. Did I make a note to listen more? Like, it was okay. I don't know. I don't mind old music. I listen to Steely Dan, Doobie Brothers. Like, I'll even listen to The Temptations, like a song or two. Like, not all their stuff. Earth, Wind, and Fire, sure, not all their stuff. But, like, yeah, like, I listen to older music. It's just not something I want to play right now. I don't mind older music. It's just not something I'm looking forward to in the moment. All right, so I don't want any of these actual like loose side chart bullshit things. All right, so what we see in their example is they got a card content, they got some card BS. We can do it as a card, sure. Hmm. Let's at least see something on this page. Oh, so they end up adding some stuff from recharts anyway. Ah. Yeah, I don't know about this. Let's give another try. They're definitely British in some way. The band is the Idols. No, not 1976. No, they're a modern band. I didn't realize there was an older punk band by the same name. No, this is a modern band. Yeah, there you go, Cyber Blitz. Yeah, you're finally joining us. I get it. What time zone are you even on? Is that Australia? Is that like a New Zealand, Australia time kind of thing? Brisbane, Australia. All right, all right. Hey, like, come on, man. Like, I get it. I know. Isn't that cool? Aren't you happy that I understand and know exactly, like, the time of day kind of BS around the world? Barely. That's kind of cool. I'm proud of that. All right, so yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the rest of that. Like they got some good songs. We'll check out some others. Let's check the next one. Maybe this one's good. I mean, you're in that time zone though, right? That makes you Australian. What about Cake the band? Cake is good. They're fine. This band is not Cake. This is pretty much the opposite of Cake. It's a fine album. Like, what are you getting at? Like, come on, man. What's the point? Are you trying to tell me what to play? Like, no, that doesn't work. I'm sorry. No, I do not do song requests. I don't respond well to song requests. By asking for something, you're basically saying you don't ever want me to play that again. I do not respond well to prompting. But you're trying. You just admitted to it. Like, dude, Quijibo, like, just be cool, man. I'm letting you know I don't do song request. Figure that shit out, man. Stop with segmenting your comments. A bunch of fucking messages, one after the other, is not cool, man. That segmentation is not cool. I'm not the only stream that's uncool on. Stop segmenting your comments. We can have a conversation without you segmenting your comments. I'm sorry, like, dude, figure out the internet. I don't need to teach a 50-year-old how to stop segmenting their comments. Come on, man. Figure this shit out. Ooh, yeah, I want to hear this band again. Yeah, for sure, Cyberblitz. We can have more beer. Don't segment your comments. Here we go. This is another good, like, kind of heavy band, but I believe they're also, like, UK. Dude's gonna talk a bit. It'll be fine. Yeah, I like the vibe of this song. Like, I like the vibe of this band. It's a little heavier, right? It's a little like mud rock. Yeah, so I get that they're light speed, but like, you know, you're gonna have to figure that one out. Otherwise, you're gonna get as fat as I got recently. Like, dude, I'd have cut down a little bit. So yeah, Cyber Blitz is go-to beer stack is more beer. Touche. It's basically like you know, with a bready beer, it's like eating a fucking sandwich. I get it. Whatever. Right? You get yourself a good wheat beer. That's basically a sandwich at that point. All right, so the big problem that we run into right meow is that the chart data is bullshit. So we end up getting a bunch of data. The extra weight is just padding for the brain. That's not how that works whatsoever. But, all right. Up to you, man. Do what you want to do. But can we do something, right? God, man, like, dude, the salespeople, right? The biz dev people from Riverside are too fucking aggressive, man. If their product wasn't so good, I'd be considering another person, like another company at this point. Like, dude, Riverside, fucking deal with it. I don't want to respond to you. Don't reach out on LinkedIn just because you didn't get a response via email. I don't want to fucking respond. Like, dude, their salespeople are too over the top, man. How do I connect with this person? Because I don't want to do it. Like, dude, I'm sick of it. Like, who here is fed up with salespeople being salespeople? You know, like, yeah, you send a message. If I don't respond, take me off your fucking list. And I know I work in marketing, but god damn it, man. Like, we're all fucking sick of it. Like, dude, my non-response is not a go-ahead to reach out to me on other platforms. What the fuck, dude? Dude, Riverside, you're fucking up. At this point, if there's any single other service that solves the same problem as Riverside, I would use that. Like, Riverside, you're fucking up. The person you're employing for this biz dev bullshit is way too fucking aggressive. You're fucking up. For every one sale you make, there's a dozen others that you're actually burning a bridge. I'm gonna say that. Like, for every one successful message like this, you are probably burning 10 other bridges. I would consider any other Riverside competitor at this point. Riverside is a podcast recording platform. The magic of it is your video gets recorded locally and then gets uploaded. So you're not dealing with like Zoom stepping on that shit for compression. So if you want to like record a podcast, Riverside is like the best thing to do it. But I'm willing to bet money that there are competitors that I should start looking at this point. I don't know what they are specifically, but I am heavily considering looking out for others. I'm already a paying fucking customer, and this dude's hounding me via email and now on LinkedIn. Like, dude. I would consider any other Riverside competitor due to the over aggressiveness of their fucking biz dev person. Like, dude, motherfucker, I'm already paying. Stop trying to fucking milk this fucking stone, right? You can't squeeze blood from a stone that doesn't want to pay for anything more. Like, fuck you, dude. I'm already paying you guys. Stop trying to milk me. Does anyone know a legitimate Riverside competitor? Asking for a friend? No, nah, this is a thing. Yeah, no worries there, Quijibo. Have a good one. Nah, it's okay, Maniac. No, we're chilling. We're hanging out. We got our thing. Like, I just saw it. I'm a little more hyperbolic about it than I should be. We're hanging out. We're having a good time. But yeah, it's late enough. We should figure something out. I need to make some food. I'd happily burn the bell pepper and onions that I diced. If I don't feel like cooking another Philly cheesesteak tonight, I could easily just make some pho with the beef that I thawed. That might be the move. So Hexer, I'm not talking about anything for stream. Riverside's best case, like they cater towards podcast devs. If you're doing a podcast, the video records locally and then uploads to the cloud later. Which means you get the absolute highest quality without Zoom stepping on that shit. Without any like communication like bullshit interfering with it. The video gets recorded on their end. Like Riverside has a major awesome product. I would actually embrace and endorse Riverside till the cows come home if their fucking like biz dev person wasn't so fucking aggressive, dude. Yes, I'm ignoring your emails. Don't send me a fucking LinkedIn PM because of it. Like, I want to block this person at this point. I don't want to hear anything from them ever again because they're not genuine. I just want to, like, make them not a connection anymore. How do I unconnect? Remove connection. There we go. Like, easy, man. Like, dude, don't abuse the LinkedIn relationship. If I'm not responding via email, take a hint. I didn't unsubscribe. If you're using HubSpot, you know I'm not unsubscribed. But I'm tempted to at this point. I get it. Like, product marketing and marketing people have a very tough sell for software devs. That's not an invitation to abuse a fucking relationship, right? Like, come on, man. Be better. All right, so yeah, maybe the music's making me more aggressive than I should be. I don't think that's actually the case, but you know, could we get some other music going? Sure. I actually want to hear some Peach Pit. I really want to hear this Peach Pit, like album or song or whatever. And damn, dude, lead singer dude's looking old as fuck these days. Oh my god, yeah. But we're gonna listen to the Audio Tree live session. Antonio, who makes React YouTube vids, bombards you with emails like a lot. You had to tell him to stop. I don't even know who that is. Like Antonio? Code with Antonio? This dude? Ugh. This content looks so fucking generic. You actually love his channel? Really? This is good content? This looks like shit content to me, dude. I fucking hate it. But I'm a hater in general, so that's fine. This is good? You like this? Again, Bob, I trust you. If you like it, you got a reason to like it, so that's okay. Like, it's okay. My incredulity, I think that's a word, should not sway you. Like, keep enjoying it. Like, if you enjoy his content, keep watching it. I just... It just seems like some shit content, dude. God, it seems like the laziest bullshit content. Dude, I fucking hate it. He might be a cool dude, right? I'm not hating on the person. I don't like the videos. I wouldn't watch a single one of these fucking things. I wouldn't watch a single one of these videos. No, thank you. Exactly, Haxer. Like, dude, I will make more YouTube videos. Keep that in mind. It will happen, but I'll make videos that I think are actually worth watching, not this fucking bullshit. Nobody should actually watch this shit. 1.2 million views on Build a Real-Time Slack Clone. Really? Really? People think that's entertaining content? Ugh. God, like, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I hate pop music too. This is the pop music of fucking YouTube video content. I'd rather watch Theo's content for sure, 100%. At least then it's only a half hour. It's like a half hour a day. Fine, like no big deal. This shit? This shit? Hell no, dude. I don't learn from fucking videos. No, I use a video to figure out what I should actually look up myself. Do people actually treat YouTube content in another way? Yeah, exactly, Haxer. People are learning from basically a fucking 8-hour commercial versus just reading the goddamn docs. Like, come on, man. This is bullshit. Dude, this is total bullshit. He might be a really nice dude. I'm not talking about the dude. I said Theo, not Leo. Who's Leo? Who's Leo? Theo, you meant. Theo's vids are 2 to 3 hours long? I mean, he does it every once in a while. Really? No way. Come on. Let me just point out, I don't watch video content anyway. So it's not that Theo. Is it, what, T3? Okay, so that's the one. Right? Like, his thoughts on vibe coding. You're right. 3 hours long. Holy shit. I would not have guessed that. T3 stack tutorial, 0 to production. Okay. He does do some longer content. Let me just point out. Theo and I get along. I don't watch his content. He doesn't watch mine, so it's fine. I don't make enough content for him to care anyway, but like, look at like his most recent stuff. Every once in a while, he might go for an hour. It's pretty rare, though. $40 like, nah, you're right. He does go at least like an hour for some of this stuff. You know what? Like, nah, he does a good job of being topical, and that's the thing I would never want to do anyway, so honestly, I embrace the fact that he's filling that void. Like, him and the Primogen, like, yeah, dude, nah, they're killing it. It's just not content I would ever want to make. That's not saying that that content shouldn't exist. I just want to point that out. Like, if I felt like, oh my god, a thing happened and I gotta record a thing so I can get ahead of the other people, like, dude, shoot me now. Like, that's not ever a thing I ever want to stress about. I want to make content that's timeless. I can make it anytime. I could delay it by a month or two, a year, and it's still valid. That's content I want to make. But will I ever make it to Theo's level? Probably not then. I get it. That's fine. Probably not. That's okay. Different vibes, man. Different things. Whatever. I like the fact that he's at least filling this void because it could be other people, right? Could be other people milking some video. It's the stuff on Twitch, but they still edit it, you know? No, and let me just point out, like, me and Theo, we totally get along. There was time we didn't, but yeah, like, I look forward to hanging out with Theo at pretty much every conference I go to these days. Because he's most likely going to be there. So, I get it there. We'll allow it, right? You like his stuff and it's great. And he works hard, absolutely. But he bitches a lot. They are news broadcasts. That is exactly 100% his niche. He is the news guy. He is the something new happened, and he's got to make a video about it before some other people do it so he gets the views for it. Right? Right? Published 7 minutes ago. Like, dude, this dude's publishing all the fucking time. He's the news guy. I don't want to be the news guy. Do you want to be the news guy? I don't think anybody here wants to be the news guy, so someone has to be the news guy. Might as well be him. Fuck it, right? Nobody here wants to be the news guy. My news crawl is your favorite? I get it. Sure, but we're not talking about the same stuff. Like, look at my news crawl. Ever. And how much have I overlapped with what Theo makes videos about? It's pretty fucking rare. We just have other things. Like, we have totally different topics that we consider good news, right? Like, good things to actually talk about and explain and think about, right? Like, has Theo made a video about this yet? The problem with vibe coding? I don't think he has. I don't think Prime even made a good video about this. And I want to, and I will eventually, but I don't need to make the video now because the content would be timeless. There's like no pressure to make this video because it's timeless. That's the kind of content I want to make. I'm not trying to compete with Theo. I'm not trying to compete with the Primogen. I think these guys need to make this kind of content. This is important. Like, who do you want to see make this shit? I don't know, man. I have no idea who else would do this. I'd rather Theo and Prime make that money. Fuck yeah, dude. Totally. I got no qualms. Fuck yeah, man. They deserve it. They fucking deserve it. Like, Theo puts so much effort into his stream. He fucking deserves it, man. I haven't published a YouTube video in over a year. Shit. Alright, so I'm slacking. I get it. While this thing's going, let me go pour some more water. Because, yeah, we're still chilling. We're still chatting. I'd rather hang out and chat than do anything else. So, BRB, give me a second. Let me go pour some more water. BRB, give me a second. Alright, so I'm back. I know, I'm just bullshitting. We're hanging out. We're doing our thing. I had an entire Wednesday off of stream, so yes, I am making up for lost time. My main point is just simply, I do my news crawl. I like seeing new content, new stuff, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not going to cover the same stuff Theo does. Like, none of the things he's covered within the past month are things that I actually want to talk about, you know? He needs to make this content. Can AI games be good? I don't know. I haven't watched that video, but I bet I agree. You want to know what's crazy? He would consider this video as dead. At 27,000 views, that is a dead video in his eyes. He will never cover that content again. It is kind of crazy to me, the fluctuation. He'll go as low. Like, dude, 27K? People would kill for 27K. As low as 27K, but as big as 220, like 127, like 281. Like, yeah, dude, he has videos that kill it in his eyes, and then ones that die in his eyes too. But pretty much every single YouTuber making this kind of content would kill for all this shit. So yeah, Figma made a vibe coding app? I don't know, man. I bet it's really good. I bet it's a solid video. I have no idea about Figma, and I don't use Figma because I'm not a fucking designer. But yeah, check it out. I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's good. All right, so this band bullshitting, talking some bullshit. Come on. Here we go. So I believe this is my favorite song on this entire like live concert. It could be the one after it. I mix them up. But yeah, this Peach Pit live concert is solid. I think it's actually the song after this one. But this one's good too. All right. So we got some stuff totally broken. We got way too many things in this array. Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some stuff. From starting the app to the main part, like building out bullshit. Yeah, we're building out bullshit right now. Ooh, look at how many dots we got in this thing. Ooh, that's kind of pretty, actually. But it's too many items. Yeah, we're gonna have to, like, process the data we're getting back. We could do it on the back end or the front end. What data structure do we actually need to graph these things? Graphing is like one of my weakest points. Like, graphing stuff is tough, man. Okay, yeah. Stop the talking. Come on. And this is actually where, like, my favorite song from this band actually starts. I think it starts here just in a sec. I think this one's the one. Kentucky Derby? No. All right. So, yeah. I don't know. Like, maybe I'm a little too harsh on Riverside. Like, their biz dev person's paid to do a job. Their job is to sell some shit. But I'm already a customer, man. Like, I know. I know. I'm in product marketing too. So, Pot Meat Kettle. But yeah, I don't know, man. There's a fine line. Business development people should be able to recognize a thing that will convert and a thing that won't. That's their job, right? So at this point, the person's bad at their job because I'm already paying them for the level of service that I actually want and need. Stop trying to fucking upsell me. I think a lot of brands need to learn that, even my own. Right? Even the company I work for. I have no say over what other people do. As a developer advocate, I will push back and say, stop trying to fucking upsell me. But that won't go over in a meeting. Just stop trying to fucking upsell me. If I want more, I'll pay for more. I don't need more right now. Stop trying to upsell me. Your fucking billing tiers are very straightforward. If I want something beyond the current billing tier I'm on, I will pay for it. Don't treat me like I can't fucking read. What's up there, Rigel? This might be the song? I don't remember which song it was. This was actually the song. Damn, it's the last song in this concert that is actually my favorite one. I get it. This is the song. This is the entire reason for listening to this entire concert. This song right here. The band lineup for Bourbon and Beyond. A lot of 90s bands? Oh, shit. Yeah, I get it, Haxer. If you are annoyed by Get Kraken's emails, I will try and pass that on to whoever I can. Keep in mind, like, once every, 3 months, one of those emails is me doing some bullshit that people expect me to do. So I apologize for that. If you saw a CLI email, that was me. I'm sorry. If you unsubscribe from our shit, you don't see it. But yes, I am very, very, I don't want to send an email if I don't have to. I think there are better ways to reach our audience. I consider email a last resort. So yeah. I'm sorry, Haxer. I have definitely sent emails on behalf of the company within the past X amount of months. There are definitely, emails that my name has been put on for Get Kraken, where I didn't send it, but the social media people asked, hey, is it okay if we use your name? Okay, fine. No, I get it. Don't put the kid gloves on just on my account. If you don't like the fucking emails, just let me know. That's the best thing I can do. I can pass on user sentiment to the people that matter. So I just want to point that out. Haxer, right? I get it. I work at Get Kraken. They don't pay me to be a fucking asshole. They pay me to actually understand devs and to chat with other devs. They're paying me to be the exact opposite of an asshole. So I should be nicer in many cases, right? But if you're saying our email stuff has been fine, I'm happy to pass that on, but don't sugarcoat it just for me. Do we email too often? God, this song's so good, though. But yeah, Rigel, how is Unk doing? I'm doing all right. I think in another, like, couple weeks, I'm probably going to shave the mustache off. I feel like it's been long enough that it doesn't seem like I'm just, like, following Theo. He beat me by, like, a week. I was, like, done with it. I was going to shave my mustache, and it was done for. But the fact that he did it, well, shit, now I got to space it a little. Because, come on. I do what I want. But now, smart dude, like, yeah, get rid of the fucking mustache. He did it because he's feeling older these days, and he probably saw, like, a gray hair or something. Are we willing to, like, I don't know, no money on the table, but hold on, did Theo see a single gray hair, and he was like, fuck the mustache, it's gone? I don't know. Maybe not. Right, he hit 30 and he just wants to look younger. I get it. That's fine. I look older with the mustache. Absolutely. Dyed his hair and shaved? I think what you're seeing is actually closer to his natural hair color. I believe he's actually, like, brown/black haired. Like, within that spectrum. The bleach is actually something he's been doing. Like, the bleach was After Effects, for sure. Undyed his hair. Yeah. He's just, I don't know, I think it's smart. Yeah, fuck it. Like, why keep bleaching the hell out of that shit when you could just do less? Just do less. All right, we are at 9:20 p.m. Yeah, less is more. Just do less. But yeah, we're late enough. We can just figure out what we do tomorrow. This ain't it. This ain't it. We hate it because it ain't it. Some people know the movie reference I'm making with that quote. Other people, I totally came up with that. No big deal. We hate it because it ain't it. If you don't know, I'm quoting, what's that movie? The Interview, right? They hate us because they ain't anus, right? They ain't us. It's a solid film. It's an all right film, for sure. It is entirely passable, for sure. They hate us because they ain't us. This is the song that kicked me on the path of liking Pinback. The shit's good. But yeah, so what we need to figure out is how to pass the right config to this. And yeah, the chart data we're doing, like, no, we need to, like, we need to figure something else out. So the month differs. The desktop and mobile values stay the same. All right, so if we get this table value back, we're just doing like the ID for it. We're not getting any like time values. All right, so you know what? Yeah, I think we're at a good point where we got to figure out the data better tomorrow. Because we're not getting the data we care about. We're not getting any of like the keywords or created at timestamps or any of that stuff. We need to select for way more. I was hoping we could aggregate by numbers, but we still need the dates. Nah, there's like other stuff we gotta do. So, yeah, instead, we're at a good point. We started trying to solve dashboard and data problems, and honestly, damn, this looks... Wait, really? What is up with like the dashes at the top? Interesting. What the fuck? Yeah, no. We got data. We need to group it better. We see the data getting grouped like this. I almost feel like we could do this at the query level. That might be the move. Yeah, we figure out how to solve this at like the SQL level of that query, right? This might be the place where we have to evaluate actually aggregating things by the previous days of the week. That said, maybe we just do this fetch from the database, and then either we solve the problem before we send it to the front end, or we make the front end deal with this shit. Less data over the wire is better, right? Less data over the wire is better, for sure. All right, so yeah, we have a problem to solve tomorrow. We can do it tomorrow. We don't have to do it today. Who do we go raid? Like, we're already at 9:30 p.m. Like, we're way later than I wanted to go tonight. I kind of wanted to end, like, a couple hours ago so I could get some shit done. That becomes a problem for tomorrow. So, who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Oh, wow. Is Danny Sem doing a coding stream? Where she's doing, like, the head on the side of the things? Like, oh, man. We just rated Danny Sem. Like, just within the past couple days. Oh, here we go. Ambivalent Bunny killing it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Huh. Sorry, I just saw that someone promoted a thing, and a band is playing at the Showbox in October. That's a bit deep, but yeah, I'll take it. Wait, Pizza City, what bot? What are you talking about, man? Hold on. Wait. Hexer. Oh, hold on. There it is. So you've been building a bot lately. Complete API integrations for Twitch, Discord, your brain hurtsies. Got it. So I missed the context. Now I get it. Yeah, sounds cool, I guess. You've been following long enough. We know you're not trolling specifically. But yeah, Hexer. Hold on. Yeah, no, you're good. Zed Shaw? Well, let me go look. Let me go double check it. All right, you know. There's some streams I'm following that I'm really questioning. Why am I following these streams? But, yeah. Let me go look at Zed. If I find it. If not, whatever. Wow, it's way down there, isn't it? Are they even in the category? Ooh, we do see Chrono Zero. Ooh. Are they even in this category, Haxer? Like, I don't know, man. I didn't see their name. Are they even in software and game dev? Oh, no, I see it. I see it now. Yeah, no. I see it. I see it. Yeah, shit. No, I missed it. Yeah, no, let's do it. It's a brand new stream for me. Yeah, why not raid someone brand new? No, I like it. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, you showed up a little late there, DeGrinchi. It's fine. It's fine. No, you're right, Haxer. Dude, we're way late. I would have preferred to be done streaming like a couple hours ago, you know? On a weeknight? Shit. So now I'm gonna have to wake up early and do a bunch of shit tomorrow. Ugh. So whatever. Whatever. We're gonna go raid Zed Shaw. Yeah, no, it sounds good. Let's go see what some other people are looking at. All right, like, let's check out another stream. A stream I haven't even followed yet, so I'm gonna do that real quick. And then, yeah, like, everyone hanging out. We had a good day today. Tomorrow's Friday. We'll have a better day tomorrow. And yeah, we did some shit. Yeah, at basically 10 p.m. I went way too late today. The graph bullshit we gotta do, like, yeah, I gotta figure out how we want to group the data better. And I'll have to figure out if I want to do that on the client side or the server side. We can do one and then figure out the other, right? Because it'll be the same logic either way. Right? For sure. So yeah, YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. There's only a couple people left. It's fine. I get it. We went late and we ranted, we raved, we do our thing. CM Griffing style. So yeah, later YouTube.